Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you to a conference which will be in either Czech or in English language. You can toggle.
So if you prefer English language, you can just switch to the English stream, which is next by the website or YouTube next to this stream. Okay, takže já se přepnu do češtiny.
So, I will now speak Czech. As you know, in this series of conferences we often speak about ITs or topics which are associated. However, today we will speak about energies, and that is closely linked with the ITs. Unicorn is interested and indeed involved in all that concerns energy, and I have a local specialist, an expert, whom I can ask the question, why is it an issue? Dear ladies and gentlemen, and dear listeners, dear participants, albeit virtual, welcome. Today's conference is titled Dear Energies, but it could be translated as expansive energies, menace and challenge, or challenge. Well, it is a challenge, it is a threat, it is a menace. We will speak about it with our today's speakers, but we want to be positive, so we will rather speak about the opportunities. You may have noticed that the price curves on the spot markets copy the profiles of the high mountain stages of the Tour de France. And it has had an impact on the citizens of the Czech Republic and indeed all the natural and legal persons. And it will certainly continue. But thanks to our speakers, we can talk about the macro perspective of the issue. We will speak about the attitude of the state, and we will try to explain why has such a situation occurred. What could be the strategy of the state, what the companies can do, what the citizens can do, and what the municipalities can do. We will have a mayor of one of the very progressive village, so that will also be a part of our conference. So let us see the program. Thank you, Dan. Very briefly, I will speak about the program, but we will introduce each of the speakers before his or her presentation. So we will have Mirek Topolánek, who is the chairman of the heat supplying companies. Then we will have Dana Drábová, who will speak about nuclear energy. In the second part, we will have Jiří Gavor from the Association of Independent Energy Suppliers, who will speak about decentralization of energy supplies, and Jan Fousek will speak about renewables, about the accumulation of energy and all that. So that, and then there will be a lunch break, and after we will have gentlemen Pavel Podruch and Michal Klečka from Amvolt Energy and Iber Energy, who will speak about the battery repositories of the future. And we will then have Mr. Jiří Novotný, who will speak about the community and their role in the active solution of the problem. Then we will have Mr. Filip Vančura, who will speak about electromobility and its role in the new age energy, and then Filip Král and Tomáš Molek, who will speak about the buzzword of today, which is flexibility. So that is the program. Don't forget to watch internet along with listening, because you can also follow the presentations. And you can also ask questions. You can see the QR code and you can link and ask questions through a chat. In order to do so, you have to register using the Plus4U internet service. They are a partner to our conference, but I think that it will be easy using any identity. Besides the questions, there will also be the polling of the prizes or the awards. We have the QR code again. You can log in, and at the end of each section you will show you one of the prizes. We will ask a short question, and we will then draw the winner. Now,
abyste se koukli na následující URL.
Finally, I want you to watch this URL where you can find some advantages offered by Mammut offering discounts. So even though you're not a winner, you can, as a reward for being a participant to the conference, get a price discount. What we very much appreciate is the feedback. And it is also because of the feedback that we organize these conferences. So please don't hesitate and tell us what we should improve, and we will do accordingly. We have Union Publishing, that is our partner, and they will grant free vouchers, 10 free vouchers to internet conferences. So I hope that you will enjoy the conference. And Dan Ševčík, please, could you introduce the first speaker? Yes, we spoke about that already. It is Mr. Mirek Topolánek, the first. Currently, he has rich experience from the business, but as we all know, he's been present in whatever was going on in the field of energies, being a former prime minister. So I hope that we will also hear something from this perspective, and perhaps he will speak about what he believes that the government should do nowadays. So I think that this is a very convenient beginning to the conference. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I lost 2 minutes, so without any further ado, I want to start. Plenty of idiots believe that there are physical and mathematical laws that can be voted upon. So there are economic impacts because there is lack of energy and there are growing prices and all that, and as a result of that there is the economic recession. People keep talking about market failure, but that's stupid, because a market which is not existent cannot fail. Even in the communism, when everything was centrally planned and therefore deficient and inefficient, and the market failed. So now we have the invisible hand of the market, and thanks to some decisions of the EU and of Germany in particular, we are approaching the scenario which we remember from the communist era. We can repeat 100 times that Putin is to blame, but it won't help us. The truth is that Putin just made brutal use of our failure and of our stupidity. It suffices to read the energy strategy for the period between 2003 to 2020. If we befoul ourselves and if we confound the reasons and the results or the outcomes, nothing will help. I don't want to polemic with the ideology of climatological changes, climatic changes. They do occur, but I prefer the targeted protection of environment, cleaning the brothel which we've had and the mess that is around. It is not the biggest or the strongest or the most intelligent that will survive. It is the one that can adjust the best, adapt the best. The vulnerability of the of the European economy is that whenever conditions on the market change, there are things which have to be changed and adjusted, and we don't do that. I have a number of scenarios where if you're going to help keep going, if you're going through hell, keep going. Never let good crises go to waste. No one quality, no one process. Well, I don't know whether to translate it in Czech. My favorite Milton Friedman said that nothing is free lunch. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And Viktor Černobydin, we wanted to do the best, but actually the outcome was as usual. And then the road managers or the road managing societies, we were prepared for the winter, but there was unexpected snowing. So what is going? There is authoritarian regimes, terrorism, neo-Nazism, famines, fanatism, migration, aggressive war in Ukraine. The biggest threat, though, is China and its old new leader, Xi Jinping. Leaders in most countries have no guarantee for the life and for protection of their privacy or property. But the sun shines on all that, everything we speak about, the rights of the fourth and the fifth generation, the unisex toilets, right to child, right to everything. So we are really trying to solve topics which are not the two topics. The basic topics which have to be sorted out are light, warmth and energy. We read Miroslav Bárta's 7 laws, how a civilization rise, prosper and fall. However, restart is the goal for some. We destroy all that was before us and we start anew. The negative development has been accelerated. What happened since 2020? There was the pandemic. Since the March 2020, new life and labor standards, lockdowns, home offices, schools closed, high prices of commodities resulting in inflation, collapse of supplier chains, crisis of the supplying chain, economic slowdown, which probably will result in a recession. Joe Biden was elected president of the USA. Green Deal was imposed to repower EU, environmental, social and corporate governance. The Russian invasion to Ukraine started. The post-war world architecture is starting to fail. Russia won't ever vote against itself in the Security Council, so there is a decay of the world order. What happened since 2020 in energy? The global gas market in the past 2 years was extremely volatile, has been extremely volatile. There were record low prices in the second quarter of 2020 because of the COVID, long winter 2021, the peak of the energy cycle, the intraday volatility, which is unprecedented. Then gas and nuclear were chosen as clean resources. Then unpredictable behavior of Gazprom, who is a 40% supplier of the EU gas consumption. There was a reduction of offer and the price went up. Losers and winners start to appear. Uniper, the loss of 30%. There is rationing plans. There are rationing plans for electricity and gas, and there is further pressure on capping of gas prices. The invisible hand of the market is now prevailing. We provoked this crisis. There are various scenarios. There are pessimists, optimists, depending on whether they see a darkness or light of in the tunnel. But the light can be the train that's going in the opposite direction. And then there is also the perspective of the train driver. These are the people who are now influential in the world. You can see them yourself. But who has the major coverage right now? It's Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. There can't be any regulation without undesirable side effects. If you take more pills, then the positive effects of them will just, the negative effects will combine and will annul the positive effects.
What is not proven to be efficacious, he throws the medicines into a basket and miraculously the condition improves. Or somebody who gets antidepressives and now ends up in intensive care unit. If we continue with more regulations supporting climatic revolution by accelerating our way to saving the planet, people in Europe will freeze in winter. 1/3 of the population will get into poverty. People will save for months for a Christmas tree, and thanks God helps us, there will be blackout, and there will be an experiment once described from left to right as the most massive failure of European civilization. Blackout, more than suspect, a book by Morgan, and the whole market is extremely over-regulated. Only winners speak about markets, cynical people and green left. I remember one green German parliament deputy who said, you know, Minister, we are afraid that when you speak about the market, you mean the free market. And there is a typical cascade, subsidies for renewable resources, and at the same time, disqualification of fossil orders. And according to variable costs, if we have warning lights, these supplies, fossil supplies, are being suppressed. That made possible that there is even negative production effects if not subsidy tricks are used. In the situation when allowance is now between 70 and 100 euros, only a crazy people would invest into it. Moreover, there is a general approach that everything which comes from oil and gas is dirty, and therefore there are big losses as a result. A lack of energy power outputs and bigger differences between times where there is wind and the sun is shining and the other times of our life. And that resulted in what we can see today, more and more capacity payments or other tricks in order to make possible that fossil resources can work for several hours or weeks and sustain the grid and reserve output for clients. And ostracization of coal power plants started, and German initiative betting on Russian gas. And then Putin had to supply to spot market with increased prices for consumers and energy transfers that were meant for releasing the market, quadration of a circle. Problems partially connected with COVID made a price Armageddon of the situation. Russia just made use of the fifth column in Europe. For me, the only reason for decarbonization is to reduce imports of fossil fuels from such countries as Russia. But first, it's necessary first to save people and their basic need. The lack of Russian supplies leads to high prices. In the other slide, we can show that people who predicted the development were not silent. Over the last 10 years, I had many speeches around Europe and also around the world. And this is the slide that shows 6, 7, up to 8-year development. I pointed to a conference in Vienna, and probably in the back lobby, representatives of Gazprom were laughing at me. Today they are not laughing anymore. What's the way of constituting the price of energy? According to the final closing resources in the EU, it's still gas-powered power plants. This is the equation for 4 allowances. How can we affect the price of gas? We cannot do it now. We cannot do it immediately. There must be enough supply. Can we do it in 3 years, in 5 years? And what will be the effect on the price of LNG? Can we go through the price of allowances, suppressing them, or releasing reserves, carbon tax? EU doesn't want them. Or do we want to leave the principle by leaving the exchange in Leipzig? No. What about decoupling? Okay. If we decouple the price of gas from the price of energy, it would solve practically everything, except for social transfer. Germany doesn't want that. Why Germany doesn't want that? Because they would admit that they're part of the guilt in the current situation. And the second reason is that German citizens are not saving now using gas, and they would not if the price is decoupled from the price of energy. Of electricity. So this is my previous presentation, but it doesn't matter. Institutions of the EU suggested many policies, and we can follow the one that speaks about mix. That is a good challenge, but decoupling, it's not something that we can observe. What are the main developments of our emission allowances prices? It was more than 100, now it's around 70, 80, but they ignore totally energy safety. Imported fuels are prioritized over local production. Only emission emitted in the territory of EU are accounted for. Carbon print of GHE of the imported LNG is more or less the same as with the local lignite. Russian gas has only 85% of CO2 emissions as compared to lignite. It covers only a minority of the overall emissions of GHG in the EU. In 2019, the system of ETS covered only 38.5% of EU emission, which is a terrible distortion of the economic competition. Unpredictable and high price of allowances, together with extreme volatility of carbon prices, close to the behavior of Bitcoin, discourage of investments. Instead of releasing allowances from the reserve of market stability for repower purposes and for decreasing prices, we should use another way. How routes of supplies changed when we compare the first quarter of 2022 and 2021. Recently, the volume going through Slovakia, Ukraine and Germany, a part of supplies is through Turkey, going then through Hungary, but it stopped going to Central Europe. By the end of the third quarter, 11 member states had issued so-called early warning notices. You will see that in the presentation, reacting to particular steps taken by Russia, such as decreasing supplies or pressure on payments in rubles until closing the gas pipelines. Imports exceeded the imports, as you can see, and filled up gas tanks, better weather, warmer, better, and enough of liquid LNG on the ships exerts the influence on decreasing the price of gas. However, it doesn't mean a lot for the future. In the third slide, you can see increase on American LNG, which in 2030 can replace 36 billion cubic meter, which is almost 90% of the volume of 2021. What's our situation? Countries in the Central Europe are almost 100% dependent on Russian gas, and they rely on two routes. One is the Ukrainian route, almost uniquely Russian plane, and the other one is German route. The German route enables supplies of gas if there is enough of volume for Germany itself, if Germany covers its own needs. So we depend on solidarity. No resources from the South Italy would have a lack of gas itself, and the terminal of LNG in Krk in Croatia is hardly covering the needs of Croatia and Slovakia. What is the projected consumption of natural gas in Europe without Russian gas? We can see supply from North Africa, LNG from Norway, local production, which is predictable, and as a result we can see this chart that shows what in the recent future would be our prediction for the next developments, whether we will be able to compensate for reduced supplies. Russian gas, you can see the curve, minus 15%. In the next period, we have to cover this lag by LNG supplies with presumption there would be enough of it, and there will be these routes from north of Africa and Norway resources. All the capacities would be modernized. The new liquefaction capacities would be extended. The consumption would be reduced by 15%, and lower needs of Africa would drag in Europe the development so that the price would be higher. Price of gas temporarily lower. This is how we save. Czechs do save. If we adjust it for the impact of weather and Počerady power plant, we can say that we behave rather correctly, saving as much as we can. But in view of the fact that the price of gas went down now, the closing facility could be coal-powered power plant. There are warm autumn months, the tanks are almost filled, and there are vessels on the western shore of Europe, which would mean that if we produce just 10% from gas and 40% from coal, the closing device could be again coal power plant, but it will not apply once the winter comes with cold months. But we can see that the market reacts to every single stimulus, and this demand and supply chart is working perfectly well. By saying that, I wanted to say that there is enough reserves in Europe. 1/4 of the total consumption, 104 billion cubic meters, is here already stocked. Gas can be stocked for unlimited period, but as a matter of fact, not all the countries have their stocks. Only 18 countries of the EU have capacities for storing gas. What can we do in the current situation? I prepared several quotations of my favorite authors. Albert Einstein said, "No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it."
The universe of human stupidity, and I am not sure about the former. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance.
And another of my favorite authors, Procházka, we have taught the elephants to fly for long, and now we are teaching horses to fly. They are 6 times lighter. If a vessel is sinking and there is a big hole in its construction, a reasonable captain will not sail its stuff to paint a mast. So, what can we do in the light of these approaches? Energy demands of the Czech economy is very high. It's by 40% higher than in Germany. It's double as big as the one of Denmark. Why is it so close? And where's the problem? In the US, the economic demands on energy are even higher than in our country by 10%. So the difference is in self-autonomy. With the structure of our economy, we must put absolute priority on either energy independence, which will not be so easy in Europe, or energy safety and energy abundance. What's the balance of fuels and energy consumption? We have to import almost 40% of energy that applies mainly to mineral fuels such as oil, gas and coal. Over the 7 months of 2021, we were pure importers of coal.
And the same you can see for oil, for gas, and you can see the figures. The Czech import of mineral fuels is compensated partly by the export of electricity. You can see also the total balance. In 2019, we were net energy importers. For the past 26 years, we never paid more than 5% of GDP for fuels. The July prices for energies this year, it should go up to 7 to 9%, and it could even be up to 15%. So between 2019 and 2022, it could be about 700 billion crowns. That's quite tragic. The structure of the industry will have to change. The metallurgy has consumed 28% of all energies in 2020. 28% of all that was used in the manufacturing industry, while the share of the value added in the industry was only 4%. In January, the output was, the production was 16% lower. Companies want to restrict it or they will move the production somewhere else. There are few companies that can compensate the increases of prices by increased value added. So there can be investments in robotization, digitization and automation. It can be in the pre-manufacturing and post-manufacturing stage where the value added is higher, but it will necessitate the total restructuring of education. In the long term, this is the only way. We have to decrease the high requirement per unit of production. This will only contribute to the increase of the prosperity and of the living standard. And it is also a way towards the energy safety. We have to go back to earth. We have to go to the center of the energy trilemma. That is safety, availability, and sustainability. The ideal position is somewhere outside of the screen. I drew this just in order to demonstrate what we have to shift. In the medium run, we will have to take a number of steps to sort out the inflationary and energy and budgetary crisis. We need fiscal and monetary restriction, liberalization of the labor market, debureaucratization, reform of social health, educational system. We have to invest in energy safety, nuclear sources, renewables, whatever you want. The saving of and energy improvement of energy efficiency, increased value added. You can see the graph, and that's what we'll have to do. In midterm, the EU will have to consider a long-term strategic approach to gas deliveries. There must be a transition period where there must be higher volumes from the pipes based on long-term contracts. There must be contracts for the LNG deliveries, as Asians do that, and there must be a pan-European regulation of the pan-European harmonization on the European market. I speak about that, but I don't think that the EU will completely abandon the Green Deal. What it means, it is the imperative of construction of Dukovany, or reconstruction of Dukovany, and we have to consider smaller and more multivariate nuclear sources in various places of the countries. We have to decrease decrease the consumption of fossil fuels in transports and so on, and we have to have the reserves for a case of blackout. We have to be able to absorb the energies in one way or another. We have to decrease the costs of households, institutions and manufacturing plants. We will have to solve the transport problems. And we have to explain to people that their lives will change in the short run, and it will be a worsening of the living standard. But this will all depend on our capacity to explain this to people and to our capacity to adapt ourselves to our invention, to our creativity, and it will depend on our courage too. I do hope that you will look back on my presentation, and you read it properly, because it was obviously read very quickly. But once again, I repeat, it will depend on us whether the future generations will live in conditions which will be satisfactory for them. Thank you very much for the presentation. We still have a couple of minutes, so questions are allowed. What I want to know, a couple of days the gas price was even negative. I put aside the question whether the EU member states are afraid to do what you were suggesting, but what do you think about the level of gas price in the nearest horizon and in the long-term horizon? There is a diagram of a graph of supply and demand, and it works. Now prices are negative and we're in the Zen condition, but that's how it can be. In the shore gas is now being sold at very low prices because they have an excess in reserves. Everything is full, and all the containers are just packed to 95%. There is no further room for that. So there are not sufficient transport capacities. We don't consume the gas because the weather is still warm, and the gas consumption was decreased. We do have the tankers, obviously, but it pays off for them to wait until the price goes up before they discharge their load. Such a variation is very short, and soon it will be winter and it will be colder, and we need to refill the tanks, the containers with a non-Russian gas. And there are terminals which are either floating or stationary. However, the problem is that the transport, the pipelines, a low throughput. We used to use it in the direction from the east to the west, and obviously the more to the west, the smaller the diameter of the pipes. So it is the reverse situation than the one we would need. So it will depend on the capacity of the throughput in the years to come. How much of it shall we be able to push through Germany? There is no other way for us in the future. That is why our representatives talk to Scholz or to Habeck, because the Polish route will only be available in the future when a new terminal is built in Poland. What needs to happen, and I hinted that, is that we will do savings much as we can. We have to be able to explain it to people to avoid a revolution and uprising. We have to close advantageous contracts, which may be quite difficult. There are forward prices which are very high for the years 23, 24, so everybody is waiting with the potential purchases to the end of the heating season. which is possible. There are things which will have to be adjusted in the pipe works, in the pipelines. We have to build new ones or increase their capacities. We have to negotiate with countries that will make it possible for us to diversify. There are suppliers, potential suppliers in Nigeria and in other countries. If I take Russia as unacceptable, hostile and aggressive and terrorist state, I don't think that countries like Iran, Iraq, Qatar and others are much safer and that the perspective is better with them. So all this will have to happen. For the time being, these mid-term steps of the government, as have been taken, are positive. Nobody knows what the real correct solution is. There is just one good solution, that's decoupling, and it's a massive financial transfer of the prices for the marginal or final power station. So there are decouplings on one hand and on the other hand, and whatever happens in the space between the two, nobody is able to predict the market. And the free room or the free spaces will be difficult to fill in using new regulations or new measures. I am quite skeptical, or I'm a mild optimist as to this year's winter, unless we have 3 weeks of -20 centigrade in January or February. So the basic problem where we would have to close the production capacities or reduce the deliveries, this may not happen. But the question is how the consumption will develop from a year from now, and how will it come from through those pipelines. Well, it seems to me that the extraction is increasing enormously, and not only in the US. There are new tankers which are being built, new transport capacities, and we can see how quickly, unlike the Czech Republic, building permits can be obtained, and how building of new capacities, be them floating or stationary, are much faster than in this country. Debureaucratization is the key word. I spoke about that. I think that all these countries have some national solutions prepared. They work on them. Every household, every company, every utility, every kindergarten is faced with the problems and starts to look for alternatives. They have problems. They are trying to build new capacities for heating, but building something without a building permit is a long way to go. Everybody did their deliberations, their estimates, their analyses. It is we had the crisis after the Lehman Brothers fell, and there are sectors, obviously, and solutions had to be sought for. There are manufacturing capacities which can't do without gas or without energy, and then there is the threat, there is the compensation of 200 billion that is promised in Germany to the manufacturers. That is a threat for us, because it is actually very strong and unlawful competition for us, because it is a massive intervention of the executive power in the economy, and that's deadly. Thank you very much. Mirek Topolánek, if you remember the last slide, one of the hexagons, there was also the nuclear power generation, the small modular power generators. Not only gas is part of reasons, of the roots of our today's crisis. In the media, they don't speak much about that, but the truth is that in France, which basically depends on nuclear power generation, they have currently a number of nuclear power plants on the standby regime because they are doing the maintenance. Let us see whether the nuclear power generation can be the solution and to what extent. It is good for the baseload, for the basic coverage of the or input in the energy portfolio in various countries. But let us see what it means if some of the sources is eliminated for one or another reason. Are there any other technological solutions which would be based on the nuclear power generation but which could work in a different mode? There will be another guest to our conference. It is Dana Drábová, and it's my great honor to extend my very cordial welcome to her. She came with the answers.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can nuclear energy production be a part of the change? Is for nuclear power production the current situation very tense on the market with energy communities? Is it a threat or an opportunity? My belief is, and I will try to demonstrate it to you, that for nuclear energy it's a big opportunity. But let's start in a larger context. My predecessor mentioned a so-called energy trilemma, which means a permanent search for balance between energy safety, I mean energy supplies safety, meaning that we have energy supplies or any other commodities available at the right time, on the right place and in the right quantity. The second climax of the triangle is economic one, price affordability, and the third one is sustainability towards human beings, towards environment. We will show that all climaxes of this triangle are very closely interconnected, and sustainability, and it has been already indicated, is sometimes presented as reducing GHG emissions primarily. I mean reducing the impact of human beings on climate. But sustainability is very closely connected with supply safety and with price availability or affordability as well. But let me focus rather on the supply safety, because sustainably, as defined by, for instance, Green Deal, is for me more reducing the human's impact on climate. What is principle in there is reducing dependence of Europe on fossil fuels. Europe doesn't have these fuels on its territory and is continuing importing them from countries with a regime that are not nice regimes. Let me show what was the situation in 2020, and let me speak about electricity, which sometimes is called petroleum or oil of the 21st century, very specific commodity. What was the situation in 2020 concerning electricity cover in terms of portfolio of different power plants? We have fossil power plants, we have nuclear power plants, and we have RES power plants, in which not wind power plants, or photovoltaic power plants play the major role, but water power plants play the major role. Using fossil sources is typical mainly for Poland. 80% of their power plants consume mainly domestic Polish lignite. As completed with renewable resources, I would say not intermittent ones, but rather permanent ones, because they are based on water, although also the climatic dependence is shown there. Let me mention also Japan, that after the tragedy of Fukushima nuclear power plant in 2011, operated 53 nuclear blocks covering 30% of electricity consumption of Japan. These nuclear power plants have not been recommissioned. They were all shut down in 2011, and Japan has to substitute their loss of production by importing LNG. And if somebody thinks that electricity is expensive in Europe, I recommend such a person to visit Japan for comparison. In terms of a worldwide average, admitting that every average is something tricky, the world relied on coal and natural gas by 60%. In 2020, by 10% it was nuclear power plants producing, and 20% there were RES with the predominance of water power plants. Let's have a look at the countries that are sort of both similar to each other and not similar to each other in terms of low emission electricity production. The Czech Republic in 2020 relied on fossil fuels, mainly on domestic coal, but also by 10% on natural gas, by 50%. 30% of our demand was covered by nuclear power plants and 13% by renewable resources. Germany has a bit lower part of fossil fuels in energy production, however, much higher part of, I would say now, intermittent RES, because they are mainly wind power plants in the Baltic and northern seas. However, if we look at low emission electro energy, we can see that Germany and the Czech Republic are quite similar to each other. We are not very much behind Germany, just the proportion is reversed. We rely more on nuclear power production, while Germany relies mainly on wind power plants. And now a couple of countries that, from the point of view of a Green Deal or net zero strategy, have fulfilled their obligations. France, with an enormous proportion of nuclear energy, around 70%, quite a lot of RES, so that a very small percentage is covered by fossil fuels. France and more generally Europe is paying price for that, because due to weather, especially dry weather that is currently quite successfully compensated by cooling systems. In France, for nuclear power plants, there is now more water supply than in the past. But what is important are service maintenance, service repairs, that in the time of COVID pandemic were sort of neglected, let me say so, not in terms of the overall safety, but they must be done more intensively. The production, 19 gigawatts, the loss is equal to the production capacity of the Czech Republic, and France is sort of contributing to high prices of electricity in Europe, not by a small part. Two more countries, Sweden fulfilled the low emission demands, non-fossil energy, with its many water plants, many wind plants, and roughly 30% of nuclear plants. And the country that fulfilled completely is Norway, with 98 more production covered by water supplies. If our father Czech didn't stop only in the Czech basin, we would be better off. In 2021, 19.5% of the final energy consumed was electricity. In the world, 27,000 terawatt hours of electricity were produced. The Czech Republic produces something as 10 terawatts. So we are not a significant producer. Nuclear power plants, another drop in their contribution from 10% to 9.8% in 2021, which has not been due to some massive shutdowns of nuclear power plants or lesser production. It was rather due to an increase of production in other power plants in mainly developing countries, and these are mainly either water or coal power plants. Nuclear power plants, in terms of sustainability, if we imagine it as reducing GHG emissions, contribute a lot. We can see that between 1970 till 2018, they helped to save some 80 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. The second biggest contributor in this respect were already mentioned several times, water power plants, and all that together has its second sign, reducing consumption of fossil fuels. For illustration of that, we can watch how much in 2020 low-emission sources contributed. Hydro resources were predominant, and nuclear, wind, photovoltaics, the geothermal bioenergy, the geothermal energy. Very often we can hear that the wind power plants grow very dynamically. That's true, but we should add that the basic benchmark was very low. Therefore, even though they grow massively, they still do not contribute massively to reduction or to increase of low emission energy. Nuclear power sector and its further possibilities, they relay in the fact that the purpose of it will not be only as a source of electricity and only partially a source of heat production, as big generators of 1,000 megawatts installed are able of. More and more micro generators are mentioned below 50 megawatts of electricity. They will be used for the so-called microgrids or even for off-grid electricity production. And the countries that are most interested in it, who would say that they are Canada and Russia, because they need to supply their communities lying in the north, and they have limited possibilities of extraction, and they need energy sources that would not necessitate to being connected with a grid. So one of the big partners for the Czech Republic in terms of micro reactors and micro generators below 50 or rather from 50 to 300. A promising partner in this field will be for sure Canada. There will be for sure the United States, Korea, South Korea, and some other countries, including France, that is also applying for activities in this sector of small reactors. France is a little bit lagging behind, but it's obvious that the delay will be caught up.
So, we said that nowadays nuclear power plants are mostly used for the basic load. And in the future, we will combine the huge reactors, which are moderated by light water, with pressure or without. We will combine small reactors with the output up to 300 megawatts and the micro reactors. And this combination will make it possible for us to use the heat and electricity produced by these reactors of various outputs for new chemical processes, for purification of water, for the generation of hydrogen, and for many other industrial applications. We will speak about them later. What is important is that this combination will make it possible for us, as long as we have a good way of stocking the energy generated by the renewables over a substantially long period of time at a reasonable price. The small reactors and the renewables or the intermittent resources will coexist quite well, much better than today. So this is something which is only starting to develop. Using the heat which is generated in a nuclear reactor for not just generating steam and subsequently electricity, but also for a number of chemical processes, like, for instance, methane production or electrolysis or generation of synthetic fuels and subsequent generation of hydrogen. And that can be used by many industrial areas. These products, that is electricity, hydrogen and synthetic fuels, can be used by many productions, as you can see, and you can see that this really is a huge opportunity where we will use nuclear reactors. For small reactors, we speak about them quite a lot, and they will certainly be a part of the solution. They are a great opportunity. However, for the time being, in the civilian operation, they don't seem to be many across the world. It is different for the military equipments, especially for submarines or ships. You can see that they have something in Pakistan and in China. That was a pilot project many years ago. Then we have the heavy water moderated reactor in India. Then we have the floating generation unit in Russia, academician Lomonosov, and others in Russia again. Currently, 4 more are being constructed, each of them being somewhat different. There is even a place in Argentina, and it's been in construction since 25 years, but it should soon be put in operation. ACT 100 one in China, Linglong one, is interesting. In June, I went to Vienna, where we had a meeting and we spoke about harmonization and standardization of small reactors, and our Chinese colleagues were watching us in a strange way. as meaning that we would be coining the rules and they will be putting them in practice. Well, China is an unpleasant partner if we take the geopolitical perspective. However, in the technological area, they are the world leader, especially in high tech. And there are numbers of projects which could serve in Czechia as well within, let's say, 10 or 15 years. They could be pilot projects, they could be complementary to the large reactors, which before 2050 will be the main pole of electrical energy generation. 7 of these projects have been selected, which in 10 or 15 years could be built or put in operation. Certainly there will be a further shortlisting. What is the most advanced for the time being, and they focused on it in Canada in particular. They have the building permit is Beverex 300. That is a nuclear reactor with the 300 kilowatts output, 300 megawatts output, sorry. Canada needs these reactors. This one is not quite small, is it? 300 megawatts is not so small. Let us imagine that the Dukovany nuclear power plants had the nominal output 440 megawatts. That's the original output, or the formerly planned output. So the Canadian operator in Darlington should be prepared to put the unit in operation in 2028. That's quite soon. One of the last graphs which I want to show to you reminds us that the nuclear power generation is a great opportunity. We could see a large scale of possibilities which could be of use to us, but it is highly controversial, and it will remain so for a very long time ahead, unless the energy famine convinces us that the disadvantages are outweighed by advantages, and that the risks which are associated with nuclear generators, whatever the size, is really outweighed by the benefits. This is a picture that shows, or the figure that shows, the reasons for staving off of nuclear power plants. As you can see, there have been many reasons for putting them out of operation, and you can see that the prevailing reasons were the public opinion, the social situation, and the government reactions. So there are 30 reactors, most of them in Germany, were staved off for purely political reasons. There was not a single technical issue. The other group is a group which reflects the variations on the markets with electricity, so there the reasons are economic, as a result of which the existing reactors, after, let's say, 50 years of operation, which is LTO, long-term operation, so after those 50 years, it doesn't pay off any longer. You can also see that nuclear accidents were a really marginal cause for staving off the nuclear power generation capacity, and that was mostly in Japan. So what we have to do is to start working on innovative and flexible solutions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for the presentation. What pops up in my mind are 2 or 3 areas of questions. The first of them is associated with safety, security. Russians are now bombarding nuclear power plants, and people sort of panic. They are afraid of the consequences of the pollution, nuclear pollution. So there are the safety and security issues, but I just wonder about those modular reactors. The fuel, is it the same as for the large ones? Yes, for the time being. However, many of the projects which so far only exist in theory or on paper, or which have advanced to a certain degree in the development, will have innovative types of fuels in the form of pellets or something like that, which will be introduced in the reactors. However, the output, as I said, of those micro or modular or mobile power plants is not very strong, not very big. However, there are tendencies to extend the mean time between repairs, and there is also a likelihood of using a highly enriched fuel, which again would extend the period between the exchange of the fuel in the power generating units. So for the time being, what we have to do with is the minimized version or reduced versions of the existing systems, but in the future there will be microreactors, and they will certainly work with new types of fuel. I read somewhere that they might be also able to work with the used fuel from the traditional power generation units. I think that this is a bit of sci-fi, not before long. However, there can be some reactors which will work with the fission of not only 235 uranium, but also 238 uranium, and these will produce the waste which will be reusable. There are also fast reactors where fission occurs as a result of the action of the fast neutrons, and that works in Russia, for instance, but it's never been able to generate more fuel. Then, in 2016, they launched in operation the reactor which is called as the multiplication reactor, but nobody has seen it. I also spoke about the safety, meaning not just the safety of the deliveries, I mean, not security, but safety of deliveries. Will it always work? Shan't we find ourselves in a situation like the one which we are now facing in the context of gas? So, is there any possibility to take the fuel or get the fuel from some other source than Russia? Yes, of course. For Temelín, we've already signed a contract for the fuel deliveries with Westinghouse and with Fratom. And the diversification of the fuel supply is very desirable. The Czech Republic is buying its enriched uranium on the world markets. It's not that Russia delivers it. On the contrary, we deliver uranium to Russia to have it enriched, to have it turned into the fuel form, and they return it back. The diversification, because Canada, Australia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and others are huge exporters. And I think that such a diversification would be much more pleasant than the diversification of gas, for instance. Yet another question.
You enumerated the projects either in running or in preparation of mini reactors, and I noticed there were many more producers than normally indicated in connection with finishing the reconstruction of Temelín. Normally 3 are mentioned, but for global sources, sometimes people say there are not enough of them. At first sight, it may be good, it may seem good if there are more producers, but on the other hand, there may be a risk that the one who produces should be certified, and we should avoid that there would be dangerous reactors produced. Each of those projects to be launched at the market will be supplied with the license of the country of origin, provided there is an investor found willing to build it up. So from the design of the reactor until there is a construction yard for constructing the reactor, and Mr. Toplanek mentioned that, will involve quite a rigid structure of approval that will end up with no chance that something that would not meet state-of-the-art nuclear safety requirements would get to the market. When can we expect something like that in the Czech Republic? Is any project prepared? In September, it was approved that the establishment of the so-called South Bohemia Nuclear Park, which is a social agreement between the South Bohemia region and the Institute of Nuclear Safety, Rzesz, and this agreement is supposed to prepare a pilot project of a small 160 until 300 megawatts reactor. The project is very ambitious. In 2032, it should be finished before Dukovany Block 3. And even if the deadline is not met, the project seems so ambitious that it's very promising. I wanted to ask what's the difference between time of construction, for instance, in Greece, where we, as our company, are active. It took 20 years. It should not be 20 years. It was 15 years, in fact. Well, the first reactors, it may take between 5 to 7 years, because obviously there will be new phenomena that will have to be treated, solved. But the time of construction planned is between 3 to 5 years if the type of the reactor is a repetitive one. It can be prepared in a factory. Yes, that's the reason why it's sometimes called modular scheme, because there will be modules produced in a manufacturing factory, and the modules will then be transported to the locations. American Westinghouse is quite experienced in this respect. For their Chinese projects, very successful projects, they prepared many such modules, and many of them had been manufactured in a factory. The very last question from me, you mentioned a project for Temelín. Will there be participation of Czech companies? We have quite good Czech companies. I think that if a Czech company, excuse me for the expression, is good at, they may be used at any market. And if the price is reasonable and the quality is top level, why not? So it's rather up to Czech companies to apply for their participation. Thank you very much for both the presentation and answers. We thank both our morning lecturers, opening very nicely our conference that will continue after the break. And before we go for a break, there will be draw for prizes. You can scan the QR code now or look at the link at the website. Do give us your answer to a simple question, and at the end of the first block of our lectures, there will be draw. The break will take some 15 minutes, and we will continue with further lectures after the break. Thank you.
Když jsem nastupoval na Unicorn univerzity, tak si musím přiznat, že jsem měl trošku předsudky, protože jsem si vždycky soukromou školu představoval jako školu, kde člověk nemusí moc dělat, zaplatí si to a tak říkajíc má ten titul jistý. A velmi mile mě překvapilo právě, že ta škola je velmi zaměřená na praxi, chce vlastně ty lidi ty věci naučit, ne nazpaměť, ale aby je pochopili ty věci, což vnímám jako důležitou přidanou hodnotu. A díky tomu se mi ty předsudky úplně jako zbořily, když to tak řeknu. Ve společnosti iTom Digital jsem od roku 2015, kdy jsem nastupoval na obchodní pozici a zaměřenou na online řešení. A potom jsme s kolegou dali dohromady takový přístup k práci, právě kterým říkáme vstupní studie projektu, což je příprava toho zadání, a vlastně díky tomuhle jsme se hodně na tom trhu vyprofilovali, ta firma začala růst, dělali jsme větší projekty a klienty, ze mě se postupně během let stal vlastně account director, což je něco podobného jako obchodní ředitel, ale zároveň ještě připravuju ty projekty a dostali jsme se k opravdu velkým značkám nejenom z Česka, ale i ze zahraničí. Unicorn University mě na práci v oboru připravila, si myslím, velmi dobře. Velkou výhodou Unicorn University je právě projektově zaměřená výuka, protože je to úplně jiný přístup, než jsem slyšel, že je na jiných školách. Pro mě osobně to mělo velký přínos v tom, že vlastně jsme řešili praktické věci, řešili jsme věci s lidmi z praxe, naučili jsme se vlastně pracovat v týmu a zároveň odprezentovat to řešení a celkově tady to zaměřené na ty projekty společně s těma workshopama, tak si myslím, že do té praxe mělo jako velký přínos A tam jsem vlastně pochopil, že když člověk se učí od lidí z praxe a zároveň ty vědomosti se snaží rovnou aplikovat, tak vlastně má neomezený potenciál, když to tak řeknu. Za mě bych studium na Unicorn University doporučil každému, kdo chce, aby se k němu choval jako k individualitě, a zároveň, aby se dostal k zajímavým lidem z praxe a mohl si vyzkoušet ty věci rovnou zažít, ať už na těch workshopech nebo právě při té praxi při škole.
Na Hatchery ma zaujala príležitosť stretnúť sa priamo s pracovníkmi z Unicornu.
Chcela som niečo, kde by som sa mohla viac angažovať a nejak ukázať svoj potenciál. A toto vyzeralo ako fakt skvelá príležitosť nejako sa ďalej posunúť.
Setkal jsem se již ze spousty kolegy, kteří Hatchery prošli a zmiňovali, že jim v kariéře velmi pomohla.
Během školení jsem se naučil spoustu nových dovedností, zejména jak navrhovat aplikace v Unicornu úplně od začátku.
Zo začiatku sme nám predstavili celkom spoločnosť, ako to v nej prebieha, aká je vlastne kultúra spoločnosti.
Následne sa prešlo na tie dizajnerské časti, kde sme sa vlastne učili celý proces toho vývoja.
V posledních dnech Hatchery jsme dostali přidělaného developera, což znamená, že jsme v těchto posledních dnech pracovali v týmu.
A zakončené to bylo workshopem, kdy jsme si prezentovali námi vyrobená řešení.
Náborový proces hodnotím na jednotku.
Byl to pro mě zároveň první náborový proces, který jsem v životě absolvoval a rovnou pro mě byl úspěšný.
Všetko šlo ľahko bez nejakých zadrhelov.
Do začátku na Hatchery se mi určitě hodilo umět dobře angličtinu, protože spousta věcí v Unicornu se řeší v angličtině.
Myslím si, že na začiatku je fajn mať nejaké to logické a analytické myslenie. To je podľa mňa základ. A potom, ako keď máte nejaké skúsenosti s programovaním, tak je to určite bonus.
Neřekl bych, že do začátku pro Hatchery potřebujete nějaké konkrétní znalosti nebo schopnosti.
Ale vzhľadom na to, že už som tie IT znalosti mal predchádzajúce, tak mi bolo umožnené vzdelávať sa viac do hĺbky.
Hatchery pro mě určitě byla velmi přínosná. Řekl bych, že jsem si hlavně odnesl vhled do koloběhu vývoje softwaru jako takovém.
Nenazvala by som ju úplne ťažkou, záleží, koľko času ste do nej investovali.
Už ako nováčik som dostal možnosť pracovať na jednom z core produktov.
K Hatchery jsem se vrátil, nyní už jako lektor.
Rozhodne by som do toho išiel znovu, spoznal som kopu ľudí a získal som veľkú hromadu skúseností.
V Unicorne som veľmi spokojná. Ak by som si mala znovu vybrať, šla by som do toho opäť. Rozhodne nič neľutujem.
Určitě bych do toho šel znova.
Vlastně spojení Unicorn University s Unicorn jako holdingem Unicorn je velkou devízou celé školy, protože studenti získají zkušenosti z reálné firmy, s reálnými projekty, s reálnými zákazníkami. To je velká výhoda vlastně oproti normálním státním školám, kde většinou studenti si musí hledat praxi sami. Po vystudování Unicorn University jsem se vlastně přestěhoval do Spojených států s cílem vyvíjet software přímo v Silicon Valley. Zkušenosti, které mi Unicorn University poskytla v rámci praxe a v rámci výuky, mi pomohly získat mou první práci v Americe. Když jsem poprvé vlastně chodil po pohovorech ve Spojených státech, tak jsem si připadal, že jsem, jak Američani říkají, up to date. Technologie, které byly zde vyučované, byly nadčasové, byly používané v reálných firmách. Zkušenosti, které jsem zde získal, ať už je to bylo se základy algoritmizace nebo s metodikou práce, byly také aktuální. A když jsem chodil po pohovorech, tak jsem se cítil velice jakoby silný kandidát, protože jsem měl reálnou praxi. V rámci studia na Unicorn University jsem byl schopný získat pozici softwarového inženýra v cybersecurity firmě, kde jsem strávil 5 let na různých pozicích, ať už jako softwarový inženýr, anebo produktový manažer. A později jsem se přesunul do firmy, která se jmenuje Palo Alto Networks, což je v podstatě dneska největší cybersecurity firma a kde pracuji jakoby product line manager, kdy vlastně já převádím zákaznické požadavky do požadavků na produkt. Studium na Unicorn University bych doporučil z toho důvodu, že Unicorn University je součást Unicornu. Lidé, kteří jdou do Unicorn University, budou expozováni reálné firmě, reálným procesům, reálným lidem, kteří každý den pracují se zákazníky a řeší reálné problémy. Jedna věc, kterou bych rád podotknul, je, že na Unicorn University jsme měli vlastně přístup k veškerým školním materiálům po celou dobu studia v online formě. To bylo velice důležité. A veškerý materiál byl také ve videoformě k dispozici na školním systému, což bylo také velice důležité, když si člověk potřeboval něco zopakovat nebo refreshnout. Já bych doporučil jít na Unicorn University, protože v rámci studia získáte praxi a budete pracovat na reálných problémech s reálnými zákazníky. Po vystudování nebo po absolvování Unicorn University nebudete mít žádný problém získat uplatnění nebo získat práci v jakékoliv softwarové firmě.
Nacházíme se na veletrhu čisté mobility ESLON 2021 a vy si teď pojďte podívat, co všechno umí ChargeUp nabídnout.
ChargeUp je komplexní řešení pro elektromobilitu, které není jenom dodávka nabíjecích stanic na klíč, ale i softwarové vybavení, které vám poskytne maximální kontrolu nad vaší nabíjecí infrastrukturou a koncovým klientům plný komfort při využívání služeb veřejného nabíjení.
Naše portfolio obsahuje AC i DC dobíjecí stanice. Dodání zajistíme od úvodní studie proveditelnosti přes projektovou dokumentaci až po výchozí revizní zprávu. Samozřejmostí její kompletní stavební realizace.
Více informací najdete na www.chargeup.net. Budeme rádi, když se nám ozvete.
Jmenuji se Ondřej Bouška a pocházím z České Třebové. Už jako malý kluk jsem věděl, že chci pracovat s počítačem a technikou, ale zároveň jsem neměl rád, když mi někdo říkal, co a jak se mám učit. Na celém vzdělávacím procesu mám rád hlavně takový ten svobodnější přístup, který mi dovolí získat informace, které mě skutečně zajímají. Mé kroky původně směřovaly do oboru grafiky a videotvorby, ale nakonec jsem dostal nabídku práce v Unicornu, kde jsem od roku 2014. Začal jsem jako junior tester pro jednu z prvních vývojových fází energetického projektu Flow-Based. Po 7 měsících však přišla prodleva a já se musel rozhodnout mezi cestou vývoje nebo servisu. Rozhodl jsem se pro servisní projekt a v této oblasti působím dodnes. Postupně jsem se vypracoval až na pozici projektového manažera a mám zodpovědnost za podporu více projektů a zákazníků. Nyní vedu jeden z tým v rámci Unicorn Software Factory, která se zaměřuje na poskytování servisních služeb pro projekty a zákazníky v energetické oblasti. V roce 2018 jsme si spolu s vedením Unicornu poprvé pohrávali s myšlenkou otevřít novou pobočku v mé rodné Třebové a o rok později se tak i stalo. Od té doby úspěšně rosteme a nabíráme nové kolegy. Právě toho si na Unicornu vážím nejvíc. Nejen, že dává šanci lidem bez praxe, ale také malým českým městům, která zdánlivě nemají co nabídnout, ale ve finále skrývají velký potenciál. Pro mě, jako pro manažera, je velmi důležité, že mám kolem sebe lidi, které jejich práce baví a zajímá. Rádi spolu trávíme čas i mimo kancelář, takže nás můžete společně potkat v místním baru nebo restauraci. Dalším plusem Unicornu je oblast vzdělávání. Bez pochopení všech procesů, konceptů a postupů, jak správně plánovat, využívat a zkvalitňovat využití informačních technologií, bychom se jen těžko obešli. Musím uznat, že naše vzdělávací akademie Unicorn Top Gun Academy toto zvládá na jedničku. Za sebe mohu říct, že mě Unicorn naučil vytrvalosti nejen v práci, ale i v osobním životě a že je potřeba si jít za svým, i když je cesta někdy trnitá. Ve finále jsme stále jeden tým, spolupracujeme a nikdo z nás se nemusí v Unicornu cítit sám.
Nejzajímavější, co jsem se tady naučil, je to, jak pracovat v týmu. Sice je celku jednoduchý se naučit psát programy, ale potom to skloubit s týmovou prací a se sledováním víc lidí, co na tom pracují, je složitější. A to tady aplikujeme v každém semestru v semestrální práci. V tomhle semestru stavíme zrovna aplikaci UN Weather Station, co sbírá data z několika IoT meteostanic a potom je agreguje. Teď zrovna řešíme stavění komponenty, která je bude vykreslovat do grafu a filtrovat různé období. Při stavění aplikace UN Weather Station můžeme používat unicornní framework a díky tomu už nemusíme řešit věci, jako je přihlašování nebo spravování práv a můžeme se zaměřit na business logiku a to, co je opravdu potřeba naprogramovat. Součástí studia na Unicornu je i praxe. V rámci spolupráce Unicorn University s pojišťovnou VZP nám zadali ještě s jedním kolegou projekt, kde vypracováváme aplikaci na sledování a vykazování home officeu. Super je, že v rámci téhle praxe nám pojišťovna VZP zaplatí na další rok školné. V souvislosti s praxí u pojišťovny VZP je super, že na Unicorn University je výuka vedená projektově. Tím pádem jsou teď přednášky 3 dny v týdnu a zbylý čas můžu věnovat tomuto projektu. Vyučující studijní oddělení na Unicornu mi vždycky pomohly, když jsem to potřeboval. To znamená, že když jsem večer řešil problém se stránkami, kterému jsem úplně nerozuměl, tak stačilo napsat vyučující a ještě během toho večera mi odpověděla s tím, co jsem potřeboval. Při studiu na Unicornu mi hodně pomáhají online knížky, které máme ke každému kurzu postavený. A je tam vždycky konkrétně to, co tam probíráme, takže se můžu učit nejenom z přednášek, ale i z těch podkladů, co jsou přesně k nim. A potom si ty znalosti můžu vyzkoušet v CourseKitu, což je takový kvízový software, který taky běží na internetu. Zároveň máme všechny přednášky nahrávané, to znamená, že si to můžu když tak dohledat, kdybych něco potřeboval. Unicorn University je skvělá hlavně proto, že tady pracujeme na reálných projektech. To znamená, že analýzu business logiky, stavění aplikací potom můžeme převést přímo do praxe.
No. Tak co, tak mám to ikon dodělat do 15?
Do 15.
Já mám 0,6.
No, já jsem předtím dělala jenom 5 minut, takže.
Good morning, welcome back to our conference. I hope you enjoyed the break and that you had enjoyed the previous block and now you're looking forward to the next one. Who comes next? Then it's Mr. Jiří Gavor, who is specialist on energy markets and who is the director of the Association of Independent Energy Suppliers. In the introductory block, you may have noticed that we were talking about the macro perspective and we were talking about what the states should be doing, but now we should be shifting away from the strategic perspective down to a closer look. We are mortals and we have to understand what we are talking about. So we will speak about the decentralized energy supplies, about community energies, and only later shall we speak about topics which will be relevant to households, how they could be included in the market and how they should prepare. So, without further ado, I pass the floor on Mr. Gavor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is my honor and my pleasure to speak to you. Before this presentation, I heard that I talked to about some 800 people. That's quite an audience. I was impressed when I talked to an audience of several hundreds. That's really rare, so it is really a pleasure for me. I am a representative of the energy business. I'm a consultant, and also, as said before, I am the representative of the Association of Independent Energy Suppliers. And energy prices are the substance of this business, and it's also the substance of my consultancy activity. And I will focus on that in my presentation too. This is sort of framed by the history. This gives us the idea not only about the situation of the much cursed gas, but about all the commodities. You can see the starting year in 2012, which is the initial value, 100%, and you can see where we got in 2022. All the data end by the 30th of June. And the phenomenon is that the emission allowances, which Mr. Topolánek referred to in a not very flattering way, they really wreak havoc on the energy market. For a long time, we lived in an era when not many things changed until 2016, 17, 18. Nobody objected about anything, and it was in 2018 that the growth started. In 2021, it was the permits, the allowances, which triggered the growth of prices. They became the driver of the price or energy price growth. How did it all come about? Let us recap. Not only the costly allowances, which much before the Russian aggression against Ukraine, at times where the Nord Stream 2 was ready to be put in operation, and there were not many people who would have assumed what would come next. So at that time the growth started, and it was really, you could even see it day by day, 60, 70, 80. I think the record at that time was 96, and such fast movement is not beneficial to any type of market. And at that time, debates started as to what to do. Should we stop trading, or what should we do? We will speak about that later. It was not just those allowances. In the second semester, there was another phenomenon, not much wind, not much rain in Scandinavia, because Scandinavia is a huge electricity exporter. And I think that currently Sweden has assumed the role of the bigger exporter in Europe. France used to be the one, but they have huge problems this year. So, taken as a whole, there was the crisis already was there, the crisis of the market, and obviously the expensive gas was the last blow. In 2021, not many people realized that there were some political aspects in all that. I never lived such a situation where in the gas industry things would be in such a poor situation while preparing for winter. At that time, the gas reserves, the gas containers were practically empty. It is very right to put the blame on Putin, because at that time he may have already prepared the aggression. Maybe it was already decided. But being a trader and being the trader's representative, I must admit that it was not just Putin. If you're accustomed, and those years which preceded the war year, and we had the pandemic, and gas was very cheap, and the prices were extremely low, the prices of gas. And now, as you watch it, you can see the growth. And instead of 20, you have 30, 50% more. And many traders were hesitant. Should we buy this expensive gas and use it to fill the reserves? Perhaps that will be to our detriment. So they were hesitant. And everybody realized that after Nord Stream 2 is put in operation, gas prices will fall again. But that failed. And that was quite an explosion. Long before the Russian aggression, we realized that the price tactics failed. That was the case of the Bohemia Energy provider who went to bankruptcy. Here you can see some of the graphs which I took from David Kuchera, who is the head of the Prague Energy Stock Exchange, where the time axis is much longer. Here you can see how they trade.
And you can see that the first peak around 2008 in N, in comparison with current maximum prices, is just negligible, marginal. For many years, the price of electricity was far low under the price of 100 euro for megawatt. Both those charts, for electricity on the left and natural gas on the right, date from this year. The major price tops apply to just 1/3 of maximum prices. So we witnessed August this year, when the price of electricity exceeded 1,000 euros per megawatt hour, and the price of natural gas was just below 400 euros per megawatt hour. So prices that were out of the possibilities of consumers in terms of paying for such prices. And on this occasion, I have to stop shortly at a factor that was already mentioned by Mr. Topolánek, by my colleague Mr. Topolánek, saying that the market does work. I have always been supporter of a market. Finally, I am supplier to the market, and I depend on my breadwinning on the market. However, I think I'm convinced that the market didn't have embedded mechanisms able to eliminate these shock prices. And I'm sorry that now, from the level of the European Commission, they speak about necessity to introduce a dynamic mechanism on Leipzig Stock Exchange. I do think this initiative had to come earlier, because it was clear that if within one commercial day the distortions are enormous, it must be regulated. This happens naturally on stock exchanges, and therefore regulators should take some lesson from it and do it differently next time. The latest price developments, this one you can see now, demonstrates the huge jump in August, also the huge drop. Mr. Topolánek spoke about it. I will not repeat the reasons for that. They were described. But there is also over demand for gas in terms of supply to Europe. And therefore we look for supplies from everywhere. The consumption is still low. The latest price data was around the price of the next month contract being up to 100 euros per megawatt hour. This is a terrible price if we remember what applied in our previous periods, but still it was a nice price as compared to August price. However, now the price went up again, increased by 5% just in the course of yesterday. And as Mirek Topolánek said, there are tankers offshore Europe just waiting for increase of the price. This is an anomaly that cannot last for longer. Trade men are not stupid, and of course they went to offshore Europe attracted by previous record prices we compete for with Asia, and now we cannot count that this overpressure will last forever. The same applies to electricity, and let me update what was already said. The price of electricity, although nicely in terms of expensive gas, corresponds to gas, which is the closing facility, and you also a nice equation. The price of electricity is double time the price of gas minus 0.4 of price of allowance. Yes, this is the right thing. Efficiency of steam power plants is 50%, but just now we are living in the time where the role of closing power plant has been taken by coal facilities, and coal is just 2.5 times more expensive than in the past, only, let us say in brackets, but still it's very expensive, and the price of allowance is very high, and therefore currently, in view of low spot market gas prices, the closing power plant is the coal one. And therefore the price of allowance is not a negligible problem, and we should concentrate on it. These are wholesale electricity prices in EU. In respect of this slide, it's probably not necessary to spend much time on it. What is worth mentioning is that wiring or connection with the German market is very good. The price difference is several euros, while France, which is currently at the highest position in terms of wholesale electricity price, you can see that the situation is different, and it documents that while in the past France was given to us as an example how to tame electricity prices, there's a capping on price electricity for households, but the French industry suffers by those high electricity prices more than producers in Central Europe. And the map also documents the fact that we are not saving Germany by our exports of cheap electricity to Germany. The opposite is rather true. We, in the light of mutual balance, we import more than we export to there. The main recipient of our exports are the Balkans, and Slovakia, Romania, and Hungary. I will not speak long about this slide because in the opening presentation you have heard a lot about gas situation, but it's a nice map that in a clear way, schematic way, shows you how we have lived before. You see an almost influx of gas, 155 billion cubic meters. This is the statistical figure from 2021, while now this is the current situation as we know it. The part that is delimited in the map, in the card, In the light of analyses made a month or 2 months ago, we know that even if we save on gas consumption and we will mobilize non-Russian resources, still we will miss some 20 or 10 billion cubic meters in our area in order to have a settled balance. And I am glad that the unexpected warm months of this autumn, October especially, reduced the risk and improved our hope that we will survive this heating season without many sacrifices, without being forced to declare so-called urgency regimes in gas industry. This winter season shouldn't be a major problem, but probably the next one will be more difficult because we will be forced to fill up our gas containers by non-Russian gas. This is a chart that speaks about the most hot topic. The lowest curve shows a price level on Henry Hub. This is the basic referential point for the US. Unlike previous periods where the times were more harmonious, often the difference between US, Europe and Asia was not major, although for most of cases, if we go further back into history, usually when Henry Hub was at the level of 100, we were at the level of 150, and Asia was even higher up. Now the spread increased very much, and this is rather unpleasant, because from the point of view of political alliance, we are on the same board, making alliance with the aim of supporting Ukraine, but there is a risk, the risk that if we continue living in Europe on high prices of energy, much higher than in other parts of the world, it represents a major problem that may affect industrialization, transfer of heavy machinery sectors, the question of added value, and in middle or short term, this is a huge problem we will have to solve. And by the way, trade businesses already solve the problem by the transfer to manufacturing lines to other parts of the world. Who is to be blamed for all that? Babiš, Green Deal? I will not speak about Babiš, who is to be blamed for many things, but from the prices of energy, he's not the main culprit. As for the role of Putin, it's similar. It's clear the role of Putin on the high prices of energy. And as far as Germans are concerned, for years they've relied on cheap gas from Russia, and now the strategy paid back very aggressively, and the same applies to us. And Green Deal, this is something blamed very often and by many. You probably all heard such slogans as Green Deal is dead by now and similar slogans. But I think that although in the nearest future we will have to be less active in fulfilling Green Deal, we will probably incinerate whatever can be incinerated, but from the long-term perspective, this is something that is to be taken seriously. And Dana Drábová now mentioned the fact that in the worldwide comparison, photovoltaics and wind energy for the time being have the biggest percentage growth, but from a very low basic lines. And if you think about it in absolute figures, sure, this is the biggest volume of investments, this is the biggest increase of terawatt hours, despite the low usage of the output. And even countries as China are leaders in renewable sources of energy. So, in my view, there is perspective in that. What the EU agreed upon, besides sanctions, it did agree on something, taxation of of producers of fossil fuels by windfall tax, 33%. This is to be considered, lowering the price of allowances. Mirek Topolánek spoke about it. They're not being used, they're not properly supplying more allowances to the market to reduce flexibly the price. It's something I'm rather skeptical about. And what the Czech government agreed upon
is that as of the 1st July of 2023, well, this is a gesture in order to help the citizens and to calm down the situation. I think the government has already been a bit economist with asking for more help and to provide for some measures. The Hungarians and the Poles have allowed the distortion of the market. They subsidized the prices, and so did the Germans. So if we start now, we are lagging behind. Now, what advice can we draw from that? Well, Ukraine is vis major, and now the PV and heat pumps and wind, of course, and batteries. This is a topic that will be further dealt with by other contributors. I will just speak about the legislation, and there is chaos prevailing in it. While the energy market is chaotic, so is the legislation. They just can't keep up. A year ago, we planned that we would amend thoroughly the energy law, and the new trends would be included in the new legislation to prepare the start of the modern energy. However, it all split into 6 amendments that are only partial, and the 7th is being prepared. The 5th and the 6th seem to be the most important. The 5th amendment, or the 4th perhaps, it is the Lex Green Energies or Renewables 1, pierced actually the ceiling of 10 kilowatts without any permission. So there is a jump to the value of 50, which is a relief, and we welcome it very much. And what is very important is all the permitting procedure, which got simpler, especially when it comes to building permit. The Lex Renewables 2 is something which provides for the active customer and for energy communities and so on. This is a thing which has been in the pipeline for a long time, and we've been waiting for it. The transposition amendment for the green energies, there will be Honza Fose, who will speak after me, who will speak about accumulation, flexibility, aggregation, and so on. This is something which has been talked about since 5 years at least, and we are still lagging behind. My last slide, read it thoroughly when you have time, because there is a lot of text in it, but it is very important. I spoke about those amendments of the energy legislation, but the secondary legislation is perhaps even more important, and there is the amendment of the rules, which will give the opportunity to the inhabitants of blocks of flats to use PV on the roof without having to ask for the consent of other other people living in the block of flats, because oftentimes these people don't really agree on many things. So I hope that this amendment will trigger the boom. The boom is being prepared, and it's sort of it is ahead of the existing legislation for the time being. There are so many requests or applications for the connection of the PV to the energy system. I'll give you a comparison. While in the years 2009, 2011, the increment was plus 2 terawatts in the and that was a boom which damaged the PV business because it couldn't have been managed. Now it is 8. So it is the boom number 2, but the conditions are better, and I hope that now the photovoltaic will no longer carry this odium of being those who want just to grab the opportunity to grow rich. So when do you think we can expect that the law will be passed? I thought that it would already be on the table in the Chamber of Deputies, but it seems to be put off. Yes, it's been put off. This is a never-ending story. There is a possibility of improving it further for the PV. Is it in the matter of months, or no? It should be sorted out. It should be accomplished before the end of the year. If this fails, it will really be a shame, and I will start lobbying and criticizing heavily. Okay, I thought that it would be much longer. I mean, the postponement. So let us stick to the issue of energy communities. Can you explain in a few words what the principle is and why people should think about it, and what should be the motive for them to do something about it? It's becoming a kind of a buzzword. So there is a lot of information where people learn a lot. Media are very active in that. The public TV prepares a beautiful program about that, giving instructions to people as to what they should do, not just close the heaters and put another sweater on. Yes, I participated in the making of one of the editions, and it's a nice format. So I just wanted to make use of the space to educate the people a little bit. It's not so much about companies, it's for the people, to give them information as to where to start, who to see. The community energy, how to aboard it, how to go ahead for it. I think the consumers are very pragmatic in their reactions. Economy is always the driver, and I think that the benefits are. I think really that the economic reasons, the economic motives are prevailing. Whatever the ceiling, 6 crowns, including TVA, that's a high price, and it's about 4 times as much as we were used some 3-4 years ago. So the economic motive is clear. You mean in the sharing? Not so much in the sharing. The simple PV panels on the roof of a family house, there's no problem. In sharing, it may be a bit more difficult. Obviously, many people will be interested in the possibility of selling off the surplus to somebody else. We will have to wait for that, but sharing within blocks of flats would be the first problem. Besides the economic issues, the energy safety or energy security is also something important. should be self-sufficient, and it will work. And then there are the environmental concerns. I think there is an increasing number of those who do care for the environmental aspects. And we were talking about the tradition of using nuclear energy, and there is no problem about that with the people. And if this also comes for the photovoltaic, I will be very happy about that. For years, it was labeled as something dirty in the sense that there were the so-called solar barons who installed huge plants and wanted to earn money on that. There was quite a lot of discussion that were in the context of especially Mirek Topolánik's contribution, so perhaps I will make use of the opportunity and answer some of them. We were talking about the households and about the possibility of PV panels on the roofs. There are communities where people install whatever they consume. Do there exist statistics, or is it possible to include in the statistics the energy that is produced and that is consumed on the spot, so it is never connected, it is never supplied to the network, to the grid? I think that in the future it will be necessary to cover it by the statistics. I think that for the time being the statistics are based on the energy sold, so the one that overflows, so it's a bit deformed. If the community energy becomes an important part, a substantial part of the picture, we will have to change the method. Does the Czech Republic need more gas storage tanks? Well, it would be good to have some, but no need to build new geological locations. The problem is that the tankers are waiting there in a line. If the storage tank is filled at 95%, then you can't squeeze in more. If we have 1 billion capacity to add to those 3.5 billion, then of course the energy security would be increased, but no need to build new tanks. We could use the geological localities. I think that the audience know that RW gas storage had a capacity which they tried to sell. Unfortunately, the almost state company ČEZ did not react, and I'm sorry for that. But if the opportunity appeared again, then I would certainly recommend the government to envisage it, to consider it. We are a landlocked country. Germany or Poland will be offering or proposing, and we will cooperate in construction of the LNG storage tanks, but we will only be partners. But what we can offer is the underground structures or the stationary structures. Thank you very much. I think that's the most of the discussion that we could answer. And now I will make a bridge to another speaker. That will be Honza Fousek, who is the Executive Director of the Acubat Association. We will speak about batteries, about accumulators. He is a lobbyist, lobbying for better legislation. He speaks about technologies for accumulation of energy. We will speak not just about the technology, but also about solar energy. The problem of energy accumulation, be that in the community energy, but also for some major installations in industry. Let us speak about that. Where are we when it comes to legislation? What else can we do, and what are the opportunities? Good morning, Dan. We've known each other for several years. And you keep calling me a lobbyist, and I try to get rid of this label, but no, this is just fun. Just kidding. Actually, I really try to have a kind of an influence on how the legislation will look like. We are the Association for Accumulation of Energy, and we really want to make sure that the grids be prepared for the new energy. And what the new energy means, we will be talking about it during the 15 to 20 minutes to come. I started my career in business, with permits, with allowances, and I try not to be populistic, not to be demagogical, and to take a different perspective. But my presentation will be quite an opposite to what Mr. Topolánek spoke about, but that's what the discussions are used for. I will speak about things where I agree partially, or where I disagree completely. He speaks about the doomsday in his presentation as to we're approaching a new totalitarian regime. I don't agree to that. There are many things which are taking place, but not everything is as bad as that.
And I will try to prove that. Let me allow an attempt at looking at modern energy, and let me explain what I mean by this term. Modern energy as a part of solution of energy crisis, not the reason for it. The presentation you will listen to, I'm showing it also at other events, and I usually start with the reasons, with causes, and with the deciphering the myths, as my colleague Mr. Gavor, spoke about it. I identify myself totally with that, and I will explain it further. From time to time, or often, we hear from media a buzzword saying that Green Deal is just bad altogether. Let me say what I mean about it in this presentation. What is our concept that Green Deal is a part of solution of energy crisis together as RES. This will be the bearing element of my presentation. RES, and that the RES are guilty for everything, and what will we do if there is no sunshine or wind? First of all, I do not like very much coal, but for some time we still have to accept coal. Unfortunately, we bet on it in our geopolitics, but I'm not a supporter of it. I'm a supporter of RES, but I do not say that we should stop altogether with developing further energy resources. So first, renewable energy resources. These are the cheapest resources today. If you look at the chart of their costs, it goes down very much. And to be fair, it should include also accumulation cost, storage cost, because I am not in favor of comparing nuclear resource, even shut down resource, with photovoltaics only, because there must be either cost of storage or cost of some other conventional resource that compensates for non-production of the RES. We can see a big potential in it. We work on it together with the Unicorn, and we focus on what will happen if there are more RES connected in the grid, and regardless whether it's the Czech, European or other grid, higher time periods of cheap electricity on the market, a positive impact for consumers. So there are business impacts, and not only, as some try to convince, lobbying impacts. What we can do with this extra energy? We can storage it, defer the consumption of it for later. We can sell it on the market through aggregator or application, and therefore you can communitize it you can monetize your behavior, and monetization possibility is also through your grid operator or through the fact that you help the operator to protect the grid at the time it cannot absorb as much energy as needed. So you can also launch consumer. I mean, this is the aggregator of the flexibility, and through an aggregation peer-to-peer, as cryptocurrency has been traded at the beginning. Hopefully in the future of, let's say, 10 years, it will be also possible with energy. But it needs still some amendments to legislation, as my colleague Gabor said, and what can we do with it, at what stage we are. We can also use it for charging electric vehicles. Often we hear that electromobility is a problem. Our colleague Mr. Kuchera will speak about it, and other people as well. But charging electric vehicles can be very smartly done if properly covered from the beginning and taking it as a stabilization element of the system, so that it's not dictated to people, because we can imagine how some people react to dictates, but offering to people this alternative as something meaningful. So there will be, for instance, a company with its fleet of electric vehicles, with its batteries for storage, and if there is an excess of electricity, if there is almost free of charge wind produced electricity from Germany, you can use it for charging your different appliances and your electric cars. This is what's being called flexibility. And I'm saying, and most of my colleagues from the sector and of our members are convinced of, that this flexibility, energy flexibility, will be naturally used and will become an incentive. So there will no dictate needed from the EU. There will no dictate by anyone. I will use the flexibility character naturally, spontaneously. And as Mr. Gabor said, people get convinced of that. And in the first semester, more photovoltaics were put in operation than in previous year altogether. And the data for the first semester of 2021 showed a high output, 70 megawatt hours of photovoltaics. Speaking about Green Deal, I have to explain it because I'm partially in charge of this chapter. I'm convinced that Green Deal, and I will explain you why I am convinced that this is not something naive from my side. I believe that in mid-term horizon, it's one of the basic prerequisites of the energy safety. Why? I would love that so many people who complain of Green Deal in social media and elsewhere, that they do read what's the content of Green Deal. It's not some blind struggle against climatic changes. This is, first of all, yes, struggle with climatic changes, but first of all, it's increasing energy independence of Europe through a transfer to low-emission economy, including small modular reactors and other devices we already have a chance to use. So this is in favor of our energy targets, and these are support to RES, accumulation of energy, production of green hydrogen, active consumers, so-called prosumers, sharing of energy peer-to-peer, energy community, aggregation of flexibility, smart management of consumption and production of energies, clean mobility, and so on. But at the same time, the Commission puts a big emphasis on sustainability, on circular economy. For instance, in case of batteries, and my colleagues will speak about it, Michal Plečka and Pavel Podruch, in their presentation that follows after the break, there is a pressure on not to resign to the fact that most of modern technologies come from China, or at least pass through China. We should not be blind against this fact, but at the same time Europe doesn't do that, closing eyes. However, there is a certain fragile stand, and when we showed now to Vladimir Putin that we can do without his gas, we should show also to China and other countries that we can do without. And although I represent the Association of Independent Producers, we have to aim at transferring production not only of batteries but also of photovoltaics panels elsewhere. But it's not true that nothing of this is being solved. When you hear something that if a battery is taken out of an electric car, that it ends up at a waste place. No, it's not true. The second life of batteries is very much being taken care of, and there will be more and more solutions together with more and more batteries to be used, and it will become a very good business. What hasn't been described yet in details today is the newest document. Politicians very often like to speak about Green Deal, not knowing perfectly well what it is about, but Green Deal has its so-called implementation or execution document, which is called Fit for 55, and there are responses to many things Mirek Topolánek criticized, just rightfully so, and there are many responses already indicated in that Fit for 55 document. And the newest, the document that is the most relevant of the EU, is called Repower EU. There are 8 points that are the major ones. I aggregated them. There are more points factually there, but 8 are the most important. What is the European Union planning to do? EU solar strategy. By 2025 we should have double output of RES. Today we have 300 gigawatts, so we should have 600 gigawatts by 2030. With the different types of buildings, the elderly buildings will have to be equipped with the new devices, heat pumps, accumulation energy devices, maximum usage of it. At the same time, there is an encouragement to the member states that they accelerate and simplify their approving processes for the construction of new renewables with the origin of so-called go-to areas. It will not be translated, it will remain even in Czech as go-to areas. I mean places convenient for fast construction, for which approving processes will be simplified and much faster. And there will be also a very important point relating to subsidies. There will be support to RES, especially in the West. The RES are very much supported not only by state approach, but also by funding through so-called PPA contracts, power purchase agreement. These are contracts between energy producers and a company, a manufacturing company. Škoda factory, for instance, signed such a PPA contract with a wind energy producer. The investor into this wind park, capacity 5 megawatt, engages to provide for 15-20 years at a given price all its electrical output for the fixed price to the company, and it's of course a win-win situation for both the business company and the energy producer. At the same time, there will be support to production of low-emission hydrogen and action plan for the production of biomethane. Jiří Gavor, my colleague, is a great specialist on that, especially in terms of gas infrastructure, so that it is ready for new materials such as green hydrogen and similar. So now I will quickly pass through legislation. We said, and I'm proclaiming, that modern energy and renewables, if they are well conceived with a sufficient storage of energy and balancing resources, can be just a positive thing. What we have to do as quickly as possible, and what we are missing, is to have the highest number of production resources, not only renewable resources, but also in a short term, because we cannot buy quickly, for instance, nuclear resources. We have to quickly have production resources for stabilization of the system.
We will have to find sources for the expenditures, and it is about 6 to 7 billion crowns, which now has increased during this year only to 20 billion. The reason for that is that the providers of these support services have to buy primary fuels, that is gas and coal, and this has increased in prices, of course, so has the electric energy, and along with that, and that's a legislative problem, what is missing are more elements in between. That's what we try to achieve through our lobbying since the past 5 or 6 years. There should be the battery systems, the accumulating systems, aggregators that would be used. What may seem at first sight a bit cheeky is that we have to break through the taboo of the huge producers, coal generating power plants and others. It is that we still have many places where PV parks could be installed, or wind parks, and that's what we would need. We would need the go-to areas, as we spoke about them before. There are heaps, the dumps, or brownfields of all kind. But we may also need to go to the agricultural soil, which is the poorest, which is of the poorest bonity, which is stony, or which is not really very profitable for agriculture. That would be the last recourse. What we need to do, we need to amend the legislation, but I could speak about that for an hour, and we have no time for that. So what we need is to simplify the permitting procedure, which means that renewables should be also involved in the so-called reserved constructions, and within the framework of the REPowerEU, and we obliged to that, and this government seems to be open to the modernization of our energy system, but still the legislation is not there. We need to have rules for the accumulation of energy. It lasts 5.5 years. Then there is flexibility, energy communities, and that's what Mr. Gavel spoke about. I hope that this will be solved before the end of the year. I think it will rather be the beginning of the next year, and the transposition amendment, as shown by Jiří, will be further postponed. So things seem to be postponed infinitely, and that's a pity. In the neighboring countries, the situation as it is, in Austria and in Germany, and we have to keep up with them. As to the accumulation of energy as a standalone problem, we have two types of accumulation as defined by the legislation. One of them is the so-called standalone, and the neighboring countries, almost all of them have been already using these systems. They have the gigawatt hours installed already. So it is a kind of an energy container that stands alone. In the so-called winter energy package from the market design directive for the internal market, this was supposed to be implemented or transposed in the energy law, in the national legislation, as early as in January 2021. So since the past 2 years, we've been violating the rules of the EU because there was a deadline for the transposition and we haven't complied with it. So the transposition amendment is being postponed by partial amendments, and currently the critical situation must be solved, but actually, the argument is that we are in a critical situation and we have to solve the ad hoc problems. There are many opponents of the alternative energy, and they keep arguing that they used to say that we did not use these alternative sources, and now, while we know that we need it, there is no time to sort out all the problems. Some may believe that some of the legal provisions are a bit controversial, but where it is not controversial at all is the accumulation from the renewables. And there is the fund of modernization, there are operational plans, plans of national relance, and there is the State Fund of Environment and the Ministry of Industry and Trade who should be participating. Unfortunately, such batteries don't seem to be appearing. There are 8 gigawatts which are being prepared. There is and there has already been an opinion which was pronounced concerning more 14 gigawatts. However, unfortunately, whatever has not been approved as to what you see on the slide, if there is a discrepancy concerning the block exemptions, there is a certain fear of some discrepancies. So as long as there is the disagreement, you must not provide these services, these supportive services, or the balancing resources and all that. You may wonder why. The attitude of the EU is quite ambiguous because they speak about the necessity of accumulation. However, this disharmony is not yet sorted out. So we are in a situation where we have some plans, or the investors have plans for 10 gigawatts of new solars and new PVs, and unfortunately we are still in a situation where we feel that we won't be able to control it or to manage. So it is a kind of a vicious circle. And that's what Mr. Topánek often says. I said as early as that, and so on. And there can be without the accumulation, we're really menaced with blackout. Accumulation has a good perspective on the level of the EU. There are positive examples like the hybrid auctions, which exist not just in the sunny countries, but also north of us in Poland, where the state launches auctions for renewables, so-called hybrid auctions, and more than 30%, but it's upon the discretion of the state, must be covered by accumulation. That does make sense. Another contribution in the program, we'll speak about that. So we have to go ahead with this because this will reinforce our independence on the supplies of precious metals and other materials. The legislation does exist. It only needs to be passed. The energy crisis should be taken as an impulse for the change of our attitude. Sometimes the philosophy is that the crisis was triggered by this new attitude. Well, partially so, but Green Deal is not an Energiewende. It is not the attitude as displayed by Germany. I don't agree what they do. What I do like is that they develop the renewables and the accumulation and hydrogen and electromobility, but at the same time they shut down the nuclear capacities, and in the end they are bound to burn coal. But we have to realize that Repower EU or the Green Deal is not identical to what the Germans have. Let us take the crisis as an impulse for the change of our attitude, and let us be sincere. The cheap prices of energies have sort of lulled us to sleep, and many people, both in industry and in the households, just asked themselves, why should I invest in that? Because energy is cheap, and nobody cared about that. And the topic of energy savings was not dealt with sufficiently. But it is not about the sweaters and whatever. It is that in the future we need heat insulation and we need plenty of measures, and the government does a lot about that. So in the end, let us remove the barriers to the development of new technologies, and let us insist on the awareness raising of politicians and of the public. Please, what you should take away from my presentation is that the renewables and the accumulation cannot replace the existing energy. That's true. But they can help the situation substantially if you take good advice, and if those who if we get ready for the crisis which may be looming, and we can be better armed against it. There is a number of subsidies which are available. There is the investment incentives. It is not that you will pay it back for 20 years. No, these are subsidies which can amount to 20 to 30% of the total cost. So it's hundreds of thousands of billions for all kinds of energy generation or consumption, modernization of buildings, heat insulation, whatever you want. Let us get out of the bubble where we tend to see that everything is dark and gloomy and that the modern energy helps nothing. This is a lobbyist remark from my side. We appeal to the politicians not to take these arguments lightly, and please see an opportunity in this what seems to be a threat. Well, that was really great. Thank you very much. There are investment opportunities in all this, and we will speak about that in further program. There will be opportunities. We will have the so-called battery boys in the afternoon block, so they will talk about what opportunities are there in the industrial sector or for the households. You said that there could be a question to you. Well, the government, you said that the government is doing quite a lot for that, but I saw that there was a kind of report about a trip which you, where you accompanied the government representatives somewhere, and you wanted to provide arguments for the decision of the people. what was the outcome of this mission? Well, actually, what I wanted was to praise the government for what they do, because the previous government was actually blocked by the previous government, especially and many other things. Let us be open. Mirek Topolánek is a prominent representative of one of the most important government party. So while he is opponent to me, he is also a lobbyist, because he is the chief of the heat generating association. So I definitely didn't want to upset the government. The government is not really opposed to that. It is not really blocking it. But they should be more agile in trying to move the legislation forward, because there is the Damocles sword that's hanging over our heads. And as to the mission, this was organized by the Academy of Sciences. It was initiated through Dana Drábová. I want to thank her for that. And it was done jointly with the Energy Commission of the Czech Academy of Sciences. They are highly educated gentlemen. They certainly are not blind green energy supporters. And there was also the participation of the Parliament, and there were people from representing the Czech energy grid, and many other people.
And Mr. Kretzels, who explained in details what's the creation of the electricity price, why we should not depend on Leipzig exchange. Jirka made an explanation that the Leipzig exchange is just an indicator, not the final player. We were ready to bring our arguments, not to listening to lobbying arguments, but for the seminar for the deputies, there was Mr. Adamec, chairman of the Economic Committee. He just saluted us, greeted us, and then left. Otherwise, there was nobody from the committee. I do not want to blame him for this. I understand there are many similar seminars like that. But when then I read in social media and hear in the television that many politicians, instead of asking, there are many politicians who understand the matter and we cooperate with them, and I thank them. I'm not going to name the political parties. It would not be correct from me. But let us say liberal parties are very willing to cooperate, especially European Parliament deputies are very much engaged and they show their interest. But I wonder why those who shout most at the plenary sessions of the Parliament or shout in media, in main news program of the Czech television, disseminating misinformation, why they were not present. They could ask their questions directly to myself, to the representative of the operator of the Czech transmission system, and so on and so on. What a pity. Yes, that was a pity. Who knows, perhaps they will do it in the future. Anyhow, thank you very much, Honza, for your presentation, for the time spent with us, and let's have a look at what is ahead of us. Now there will be another break, but before the break we will make a draw, finding the winner of the first round of our competition. We will roll down like that, shooting, and the algorithm will shoot off those who haven't won. The organizational committee will participate, and the winner will be sent a LEGO product prize. Our next Unicorn University conference topic will be artificial intelligence. It will take place in spring, and also there will be similar devices as this algorithm we use now for the draw. Also, All the presentations, including the video, will be available so that you could remind yourselves what was discussed today. Jakub Lojkásek is our winner. Our organizational committee will contact him and he will receive his prize, Lego, and he'll be able to build up a motorcycle. If you are interested in winning our prize, do scan the QR code or look at our website and you can win a Lenovo notebook if you answer the question. Since we are a bit delayed, we will restart our work in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Unicorn is a renowned European company providing top-class enterprise IT systems, products, and solutions. We have been delivering IT solutions for the energy industry for more than 25 years. We had come up with one of the first energy market management solutions in Europe when the liberalization of the European energy market started. Later, we introduced ETRM products to our portfolio, which serve as top-notch tools for energy traders of all kinds. And now, we significantly contribute to the green transformation of the European energy sector. Our products and technology ensure energy balancing, security of supply, transparency, and sustainability on the continental scale. The European energy market is now on the verge of transformation. Fossil fuels are on the decline, being replaced by renewable energy sources. In electricity generation, the number of controllable traditional power plants is declining, whereas the share of intermittent solar and wind is increasing. Electrification of transportation and heating brings even more stress into the electricity system. Energy storage and load flexibility are therefore essential to maintain the security of the electricity supply. That is why we focus on solutions bringing modern appliances, such as home charging stations, battery boxes, or heat pumps, into play, engaging them in grid balancing and letting their owners profit from energy transformation. When we look at our product portfolio from the top level, our platforms power most of the pan-European and regional markets. Our software joins the power markets on long-term, day-ahead, and intraday time horizons. We have built two major European-wide balancing platforms, TerraLibra and Mari. In the Nordics, our Damas organizes the regional capacity markets and settles all electricity trades in the whole region. Our Damas platform stands in the core of energy markets in 19 European countries, organizing the international energy markets. In addition, we have our Certegy products, which manage the whole life cycle of green certificates, making sure that end customers consume the energy from renewable sources and renewable energy producers receive an additional income. Lancelot platform-based products cover the level of electricity trading. It provides complex support for energy commodity trading. Lancelot is designed for energy commodity traders, suppliers, and distributors who appreciate its technological edge and advanced prediction and optimization functions. At the last level, a new group of market actors arises, the flexibility aggregators. For them, Unicorn has introduced a new product line, Flexigy. Flexigy is an energy flexibility trading, optimization, and management platform that allows to aggregate smaller distributed power resources and controllable consumption into tradable blocks, so-called virtual power plants. Flexigy controls cogeneration units, batteries, photovoltaics, hydropower plants, as well as assets with adjustable energy demand, like industry freezers, HVAC, or EV chargers. When it comes to flexibility from EV charging, Flexigy works best together with our ChargeUp product, a complex solution for e-mobility. Flexigy allows you to maximize profits from your energy assets and turn the energy transformation to your advantage. All of these products and solutions are built using our standard mobile-first, IoT-ready cloud architecture. The architecture allows us to deliver technologically advanced, reliable, scalable, and highly secure solutions quickly, cheaply, and with minimum risks, while working seamlessly together. With our products, we mobilize the potential of all energy assets and make them actively participate in the energy market, resulting in additional revenue streams for our customers and vast reductions in CO2 emissions. In Unicorn, we believe that a sustainable energy system is one of the keys to make our life on Earth better. Unicorn is an expert in energy trading. No matter which role you play in the market, we have a perfect solution for you.
Na Unicorn University jsem se rozhodl studovat, jelikož mi to doporučil známý a říkal, že je to nejlepší škola, pokud se chci učit programovat webové aplikace. Studoval jsem 4 roky na Karlově univerzitě obor biochemie, ale potom jsem se rozhodl, že už to nechci dělat, tak jsem se ze dne na den rozhodl, že nechám biochemii a půjdu někam jinam. Na přijímačkách byli všichni vstřícní a milí a proto vše proběhlo bez problémů a přijali mě na školu. A tak jsem tady. Nejvíce na mě zapůsobil pan ředitel Beránek, jelikož jsme ho měli jako vyučujícího v prvním ročníku letním semestru na předmět architektura cloudových aplikací, kde jsme pracovali v týmech. Měli jsme 4členný tým, ale 2 lidi z týmu nakonec těsně před zkouškou odešli. Tudíž nám pan Beránek prodloužil zkoušku na měsíc. A dokonce se mnou právě že konzultoval jednou týdně, jak to mám tu aplikaci psát, kde dělám chyby, prostě co bych měl upravit a tak. Už jsem měl pocit, že z té školy vyletím a že to není pro mě, že programování je pro mě něco úplně vzdáleného, ale nakonec s panem Beránkem jsme tu aplikaci dotáhli do konce a zkoušku jsem dal a postoupil jsem do dalšího ročníku bez problémů. V druhém ročníku díky studijním výsledkům jsem dostal možnost práce v Unicornu a využil jsem nabídky práce pro projekt na pojišťovně VZP, kde mi dost pomohla projektově orientovaná výuka a pomohla mi hlavně v tom, že jsem se bez problémů začlenil do pracovního týmu. Věděl jsem, jak v týmu pracovat, věděl jsem, jak pracovat prostě s Gitem, s nějakýma základníma programama. Bylo by složitý získat tyto zkušenosti v práci. Nyní jsem na projektu japonské investiční firmy Toranotech, kde vyvíjíme druhou verzi aplikace pro investice. Studium na Unicorn University bych rozhodně doporučil. Přestože jsem se věnoval jinému oboru a neměl jsem žádné zkušenosti s programováním, tak na Unicorn University jsem se naučil programovat a získal jsem práci v oboru úplně bez problémů již po druhém ročníku. Takže nyní mě živí to, co mě baví, tudíž IT.
Nacházíme se na veletrhu čisté mobility Eslon 2021 a vy si teď pojďte podívat, co všechno umí ChargeUp nabídnout.
ChargeUp je komplexní řešení pro elektromobilitu, které není jenom dodávka nabíjecích stanic na klíč, ale i softwarové vybavení, které vám poskytne maximální kontrolu nad vaší nabíjecí infrastrukturou a koncovým klientům plný komfort při využívání služeb veřejného nabíjení.
Naše portfolio obsahuje AC i DC dobíjecí stanice. Dodání zajistíme od úvodní studie proveditelnosti přes projektovou dokumentaci až po výchozí revizní zprávu. Samozřejmostí její kompletní stavební realizace.
Více informací najdete na www.chargeup.net. Budeme rádi, když se nám ozvete.
V Unicornu vytváříme už od roku 2019 produkt Certigy, který slouží pro správu certifikátů o zárukách původu elektrické energie. Tyto certifikáty prokazují, že určité množství energie bylo vyrobeno z obnovitelných zdrojů. Velké americké a evropské firmy si dnes kladou za cíl být uhlíkově neutrální a spotřebovávat energii z obnovitelných zdrojů. A právě k takovému dokazování jsou tyto certifikáty určeny. Certigy je produkt, který byl navržen tak, aby výsledkem bylo to nejlepší řešení na trhu. Ve vývoji používáme nejmodernější technologie a dbáme na to, aby produkt byl maximálně uživatelsky přívětivý. V praxi to znamená, že je možné volně spravovat své účty, jednoduše se integrovat s dalšími systémy, dynamicky vyhledávat a přizpůsobovat pohledy na data, které mohou navíc uživatelé mezi sebou sdílet. Na produktu Certigy dlouhodobě spolupracuje několik týmů z Česka, Slovenska i z Norska. V roce 2020 jsme zahájili produkční provoz pro našeho prvního zákazníka norskou přenosovou soustavu Statnet. Norsko produkuje zhruba 98% své elektřiny z obnovitelných zdrojů a je suverénně největším registrem v Evropě. Produkt Certigy dále rozvíjíme. Pracujeme na přidání dalších druhů energie, jako jsou biometan, vodík a připravujeme globální expanzi, zejména do dalších států Evropy a Severní Ameriky.
Já bych Unicorn University doporučil nejen z toho důvodu, že vnímám, že hodně propojuje jakoby business s tím studiem, že to není jenom o naučení se skript a odříkání u zkoušky, ale vyloženě i ty praktické workshopy, které vlastně máme, tak nás učí nejenom komunikovat s lidmi, ale taky vlastně připravují nás jakoby na ty pozice samotné. Absolvoval jsem 2 workshopy. Například máš jako zadání nějaké neúplné firmy nebo firmy před nějakým krokem, který musíš jakoby projít, vyřešit ho a přijít jakoby na ten správný styl, jakým by se ta firma měla ubírat v celém portfoliu nebo na celém tom trhu. Já, když jsem vlastně nastupoval, tak praxe ještě nebyla povinná pro to studium, ale i přesto jsem vlastně využil možnosti jít na stáž do společnosti Microsoft, který je vlastně jednou z partnerských firm Unicorn University. Už během té stáže jsme se vlastně nějakým způsobem komunikovali na tom, že by mi to třeba dávalo smysl jakoby se tam posunout dál a prošel jsem si výběrovým řízením, které v Microsoftu je a dostal jsem se vlastně až na pozici, kde jsem dneska. Tak studijní materiály ty máme jakoby online. Všechny jsou jakoby na portále přístupné vždycky z předmětu, který studuješ. Myslím si, že pokrývají vlastně všechno, co je potřeba k tomu, aby si ten předmět zvládl. Samozřejmě vysoká škola je od toho, aby si z některé podklady našel i sám, ale tady ty podklady jsou hodně připravené na to, aby si tady tuhle práci skoro nemusel dělat. Takže za mě studijní materiál je super. Co se týče vstřícnosti ke studentům, myslím si, že vždycky si někdo najde své mouchy, co mu vadí, co mu nevadí, ale tady si myslím, že se odvádí skvělá práce a to už bylo moc marketingové.
O hatchery jsem se dozvěděl díky tomu, že od roku 2013 jsem studoval Unicorn University. Poté od roku 2015 jsem jim tam začal pomáhat se skriptema. Díky těmto kontaktům jsem se dozvěděl o hatchery, o přípravných dalších školeních a následně se tam potom přihlásil. Na hatchery mě zaujaly především technologie, které využívá Unicorn, především jeho framework, the architecture. Do začátku na hatchery se mi určitě hodilo umět dobře angličtinu, protože spousta věcí v Unicornu se řeší v angličtině, obzvlášť se zahraničními týmy. Hodily se mi také komunikační a prezentační dovednosti, protože, jak jsem zmínil, řešíme spoustu věcí v týmech, i třeba různě prezentujeme a různě na schůzky. A hodil se mi také znalost JavaScriptu, případně dalších takovýchhle IT technologií. Výhodou pro mě také byla znalost interního informačního systému, který jsem již využíval na Unicorn University. Během školení jsem se naučil spoustu nových dovedností, zejména jak navrhovat aplikace v Unicornu úplně od začátku. Těžké to pro mě úplně nebylo, protože jsem již měl nějaký základ z Unicorn University a myslím si, že mi to dalo skvělý základ na to, jak pracovat dále v Unicornu. Úvodní
Good afternoon. Dear friends, dear colleagues, we will resume our work. We spoke about accumulation and we should speak more about batteries. So what will be the next topic? It's the battery repository of the future. And I'm glad to see two guests, Pavel Podruch and Michal Klečka, who represent several companies. And they will be the ones to give us the information that will be relevant and usable to our individual consumers. We were talking about what energy should we choose, what battery we should choose. So they will tell us something about that. Good afternoon. We would like to extend our greetings to all those who are listening to us. I think that it is the right moment to pursue what those who spoke before us have told. It was the against Mr. Topolánek and Mr. Gabor and Mr. Fosek who spoke in favor of the renewables. So perhaps we could speak about some of the technical points. All those who spoke before us, the four guys, sort of agreed on four basic concepts, namely that our brutal dependence across Europe on gas showed to what extent our energy system was fragile. Whatever perspective we take, be it modern or conservative, the ultimate dependency always gives rise to huge problems, and that's what we are experiencing. And both sides of the scale or the spectrum seem to agree on that. And we also agreed that this is times, an era where new energy sources are coming. We will call them renewables, we will call them temporary or intermittent sources. It can be small installations on the family houses' roofs, or it can be huge installations, plants or parks. Well, both are possible and both sides agreed on that. So these are the the presumptions or where the further development of the energy market will go. And since we agree on that, it makes sense to speak about what it is that we installed, what in the context of the boosting of the renewables capacity, what we install in Europe. Oftentimes we don't speak about this perspective. We are all enthusiastic about the green energy, but not always can we see what the details are. And the devil is always hidden in the detail. So our presentation will be about the stationary repositories or containers, and since other speakers will also speak about that, we will focus on what is stationary, and we will focus on how the stationary repositories market looks like. So there is a basic unit which can be composed into modules. These can be used by households. Then they put them together in larger plants which can provide for a house of blocks of flats or industrial plants. And then there can be large capacity repositories which can be used for the leveling of some peaks. So the most elementary thing is the battery unit, and there are many types of them. And the entire market seems to be consolidating using the lithium technology. It can either be the cylindrical shape, or it can be the boxes as you see them on top, and there can be many other types as you can see it. So this is the battery. These are the batteries, and the situation is quite stable. These are technologies which have been around for 30 years, and there are several features. Some of them are a bit explosive. They tend to explode, so there is a certain danger associated with them. Others are very stable, and there is nothing that could explode or nothing that could burn, but the other features, other characteristics are different, so they differ among themselves. Currently, the market seems to be preferring and consolidating around the LFP technology. So it's LiFePO or LiFePO4. They contain a minimum quantity of lithium as compared to others. They are fairly simple, and it is the king of the market of the batteries. There is no nickel, no cobalt, no manganese, so they are without these very expensive elements, but they only contain something that is less expensive with the exception of lithium. And it is stable, it does not explode, so you can never see any picture showing an explosion. They have a long service life. They are around since 25 to 30 years. They were put in operation around the year 95. So they really seem to be time-proven and quite stable. So LiFePO is the king of the stationary repositories, and some time ago Tesla announced they would shift to LiFePO4 batteries, and others will probably follow suit. So the market seems to agree that this will be the dominant type. One type rules them all. And it is an important message. If these huge industrial conglomerates declare there are option and the preference for one type of the battery, then there must be something to it. So in all media articles we read about the new revolutionary battery technology. Even in Czechia there seems to be some kind of a revolutionary technology. However, the reality on the market does not reflect it. As I said before, the market seems to be inclined in favor of what's time-proven, and the new technologies will have a difficult situation. They will have to prove themselves substantially better, because otherwise the market is merciless. But there are new technologies and there are strategies of large industrial plants, and once again the preferences go towards LiFi PO4. So it is likely to stay there at least until 2030. Currently, about 90% of the world production of LiFi PO4 batteries are produced in China. This is a comparison which can provoke a smile, but it's quite representative of the reality of today's world. You can see on the left the web page of the largest producer of the LiFi PO4 in the Czech Republic, and I hope to see that there is somebody existing in the Czech Republic. And on the right you can see Warren Buffett with BYD, who is the second largest LiFi PO4 in batteries in the world, in China. And then you can see that this is really a vertically integrated company that possesses the deposits, the extraction capacities. They have their own repositories, stationary repositories, and they are the biggest producer of or manufacturer of electrical vehicles.
Which is quite an interesting comparison in the level of sophistication of current producers of battery packs. I may have chosen quite an extreme example, but still. I will pass the floor now to Michael. It seemed indeed that you will speak forever, but if I'm out of breath, I will pass the floor back to you. So, taking the relay, Pavel spoke about an introduction to the topic of batteries, and I will take over by reducing this larger context to our company experiences. We started to import and produce batteries in 2008. Already at that time, in Europe and let alone in the Czech Republic, it was not possible to buy some advanced battery packs and use them. So when we mentioned about technology, that of Europe, I would quantify it as something around 15 years or even more. What's the reason for that? In mid-20th century, all European companies transferred their manufacturing production to China with hope that it would be cheaper, and China not only did copy technologies, but they also advanced the technologies, so that today the batteries produced in China today cannot be produced in Europe in such a quantity and quality and at such a price. We're still speaking about lithium as a strategic raw material. You've seen that there is not so much lithium in the battery, something as 4% only. Therefore, it's not the dominant material, although the name is lithium battery. However, it is a strategic raw material, and currently the only way you can get it from is one place in Portugal. Also, they speak about Sinovac in the Czech Republic, but it was rather in the past. Now they do not speak about it further. If I make a parallel with the gas and electricity spoken about previously throughout the morning, I think that exactly the same development tends to happen in battery field, because new technology without accumulation cannot be executed. We have need of some longer-term accumulation, but also a daily accumulation. If there is wind, if it is a windy day, if it is a sunny day, in a couple of hours you have to store enormous quantity of energy for the night, for the next day, and you will not be able off with a lithium battery. The only battery you can count with is a lithium LFP battery. We shouldn't be surprised if in 10-year time we are in the same situation with batteries as we are now in terms of gas, being dependent on one single player that can maneuver us as it likes. My personal view is that concerning Russia and our dependence on it, it's the question of 10 more years. And China grows very rapidly in the meantime, and therefore it's even more dangerous, such a dependence. What we wanted to say in this slide, what you can see on the left, this small square, this is one single LFP packet or cell. We cannot use it alone. We must put it in a larger system. You can see this drawer system, and it can work only then. But not only positioning of the cell is needed, but also you have to equip it with more technologies such as wiring and other things. And there is another danger, not only in lithium, but there is a danger that we are not able to produce the cell itself, and we are not able to produce the drawer. We can do it, but it takes us 10 times more time, and it takes us a price 10 times higher, and it works much worse than if we import it from China. Solar boom we enjoy today, and thanks God for that. 90% of new installations in August this year, or in the course of the January-August period, 90,000 of installations happen according to CHES statistic. They have these batteries already, but these batteries look like that. There is a black drawer brought from China. Inside there are battery cells with a lot of electronics that makes the control functions, communication function, notifying the exchange, and so on and so forth. And usually it's connected to so-called cloud. You can see those screenshots on social media, how users boost themselves rightfully, how much energy they saved the day it was a sunny shine. So this is the cloud storage, and you probably presume where I'm aiming at. If today we are dependent on the cell, on the drawer, and on the cloud, and only a few companies operate that, seated in the countries I would not bet for, and I would not believe we will be the same confident towards them as in 10-year time as today, sending them as much money as we do today. But this is not the only type. There are also large batteries which are installed for companies, not in the shape of drawers, but other in the shape of some cupboards. If you look at that, this is a large storage. There are hundreds and hundreds of drawers with hundreds and hundreds of battery cells. There are sometimes several thousands, up to several dozens of thousands of cells with a highly sophisticated communication in between. There is, if you have ever seen a manual to a Chinese product, you order through Express or some other provider, you can know what's the level, what's the quality of the manual. Usually it doesn't help you. You have to find out by yourself how it works. This is similar. You may be surprised what's the manual for such a large battery storage looks like, although the storage costs hundreds of millions or several thousands of millions of dollars. You do not have anything clear that, you do not have block codes, you do not have any other further information that could guide you, and therefore if anything happens, if there is any break, you as a Czech or European consumer and user, there's not much you can do with it. Now we pass to the industrial level. Those large batteries may look like that. This is again nothing else than many drawers stocked in a very sophisticated way, and a European client paid for that but has practically no control over it. It has theoretical, there are flows of energies in the cloud illustrated, but you have no direct means of control of such a device. If somebody cuts our gas supply, we've seen that we may somehow bypass it, substitute for it, although it costs us more. But I am not able to think what we would do if somebody from the other side of the planet would shut down all the batteries at one moment, or issues a command that the batteries have to discharge into the grid, or conversely they have to charge from the grid at the time we do not want that. So these are the questions we are examining, and a current consumer or user who doesn't need to understand it in details should not worry. I think that this is the responsibility of politicians, both on European and national levels, to be conscious of the strategic danger, to get lessons from energy crisis and not to repeat the same scenario for instance, battery crisis or for some other commodity crisis. This is a picture showing the drawer in details. You mostly have it at your home. We usually call it black box. You switch it. There is a lot of signals showing that it works inside. But if this black box in 5-year time, provided I avoid some dramatic scenarios such as a terrorist attack, if there is just a common failure, there is suddenly a red signal signaling error, and you have no clue as to what is happening. The company that supplied you the thing may not exist anymore, or the error cannot be repaired because it's always easier not to correct, not to repair errors. And that's why we undertook a different approach, a different philosophy, meaning that this is not the way we want to follow. We rather prefer something we can trust and we have a good feeling from. And I am almost out of breath, so let's pass the floor to Pavel, who will tell you what was the result of our change of philosophy. And this end of our thinking and our presentation will be definitely positive. Last 5 minutes will be positive. As my colleague indicated, we started to embrace a new philosophy. Let us show a short video. And let me say that at the moment we realize these shortages, these shortcomings, together with Michael, of those black boxes. I was at the time building a self-sufficient house, And I realized I wouldn't like to have such a black box in my household. And I started to make a research what would be a positive alternative to it, whether there was anything I could use as a storage device in my own household. And that's what went up. This is a completely serviceable facility, completely a manageable device, although it may look rather rudimentary, not modern, but still the storage architecture is open, and me as a user, I can have an access to the very last cell at any time. If there is some break, I'm able to repair it with the nearest electrician living in a near village. I do not have to call into a help center for a repair of a closed architecture produced by a GWL company who may still operate but who may not be operating anymore in 5 years. So their instructions will definitely not be available in such a case. And therefore I want something, as I did install finally. It's a completely open architecture, serviceable, manageable, repairable, and with that we try to, or we do manage to prolong the life the life of the device. It's a very pragmatic, logical approach. And when we created such a energy storage in my house, we made a certain agreement with Michael, and we established a company that is called M-Volt, and we decided we would concentrate on replacing those closed storage devices imported from China by these storages that may look more outdated, but they are much better controllable and sustainable in the practice.
This is a place in the town of Schumberg, and obviously we fill in more capacities. The entire concept is based on our predilection for European products with open architecture, and the only thing which we are missing now are good quality LFP battery cells from Europe, which we would like to use. But unfortunately, the reality is that the good quality battery cells can only be found in Asia, which means that, again, this is our appeal to all companies or to all those who attempt to increase our independence in Europe, is that we should use our own components, our own production, because it is a strategic issue. Cells can be recycled. This is a technology which is perfectly recyclable. Just very quickly, the LFP technology is getting consolidated on the market, and if Europe wants to keep up, it has to invest right now in lithium as raw material, as to the manufacturing of the battery cells, and they must beware of the sustainability. This is just the cherry on the cake. If you want to start straight away, there is a link for potential investors on our website, and you can use this. And I think that that would make sense in the context of the current political development and current political situation. Thank you, gentlemen, for this presentation. I think that it contained a lot of information, and it may have infirmed some of the myths. there will be yet another presentation on electromobility. Obviously, we often hear from the opponents of the electromobility who show those pictures where cars are on flame or they explode and so on. So it is good to hear that, for instance, Li-Fi Po 4 does not have this problem, and if it is used as a battery in cars, the risk won't be there. Well, I think that when the batteries were first put in operation, there was quite a haste, and the batteries which existed at that time were used. These were the batteries that were used in mobile phones or computers, and just to gain the time, to earn the time, this was used, but obviously it is not attractive for the users. If you count the number of burning petrol cars and lithium battery cars, then the first prevail hugely, but it is still an argument. I was wondering where such a battery can be used on top of all that we've been talking about. It works at home, but who are really your typical customers? And I have some questions from the public, so perhaps I will ask them later on. But tell me, from the B2B sector, do you have companies, do you have industries where people show interest? 99% of our clients are B2B. Our products are made here in Europe, and they are not competitive for the small investors, for the households. The supply chain is missing here in Europe, and whatever is produced in Europe is 3 or 4 times more expensive than the Chinese imports. But it's changing. The industrial consumer have different consumers have different requirements than households, of course, and they also realize that they need a longer guarantee and so on. And I think that industrial, but both industries and households realize that the reliability, the serviceability, and the ease of use is very important. Especially the industries obviously want the systems to be operational for 30 years, so they don't want to replace the equipment every 5 years or so. They need to have things which would be serviceable, and where the mean time before failures wouldn't be much shorter than for a lathe which is running on the energy. So the competitiveness is an issue. We would be happy if we could speak about a product which would be conceived for family houses, for households. Not for the time being, we are not yet there. The price level is much higher. But starting with 50 kilowatts or 100 kilowatts, then we do have such products. Thank you. I will try to paraphrase 2 questions. Do there exist any technologies of battery storage which could keep the power or reserve the power for more than 1 month? I don't know where there's logic of the question, because I thought that a battery is there in order to level out the input. I wonder what the question means. Perhaps it is somebody who wants to be independent of any supply for more than 1 month. It can be 1 or 2 months or 1 year. But I think that it was not meant how long can it last before you use it up. It is rather about the degradability if you don't use anything. I think that if you charge a battery cells, a battery, and you keep it without touching it, then it can lose some 5% of the power in 1 year, not more than that. Then there's a question why sorry, virtual batteries are not used more, but I don't know whether I understood properly because the question was too fast. There was a question whether, in case we are all equipped with PV panels, I think that if we have a distribution system, then it can relieve a battery. A physical battery is a part of the decentralized network, which should optimize the use of renewables. The virtual battery, I don't want to be naughty, but if we want to achieve the stable network, it is almost incompatible. The capacities are very small, and if you have sun or wind, then with a virtual battery, it means that you have no use for your battery, and you may be looking for a potential buyer who would take the excess capacity of your battery or the excess power. But since most people around you are in the same situation, there will be excess of offer anyway. But what it can do is that there will be one huge battery for a village, and everybody will use it. As previously said, the stand-alone batteries, I mean the permission procedure for the installation of these is lagging behind for 5 years. I think that we will have to wait for that. Thank you, gentlemen. The next speaker is Jiří Novotný, who, for me, is a municipal influencer. I could use this title for him, because he will tell us something about his village, about his commune, his municipality. And I think it can be of inspiration to all of those who want to change the village and turn it into something that will be also sustainable for the future. Thank you for having invited me. To start with, I want to attenuate a little bit the praise that you've addressed to me, because I think that we are still at the beginning, but that's what we all are. And there are beautiful visions ahead which we can aspire to, and that's a huge opportunity. So, given the current tragic situation, we are bound to do something. It is an opportunity. When 15 years ago I started to be active in my village, none of the buildings was reconstructed, and everybody told me, well, you have to do something. And now we have super modern architecture, because the fact that we had to start anew helped us go one level higher. My village may be unknown to many of our listeners. We do have a brand or several brands which exist in our cadastral territory, and that's a beer, that's a place which is beautifully situated in the mountain area. So there are a few brands which are associated with this commune. What does the communal energy mean for the village and for myself and for the future? I think that the future is not about those thick cables running from the power generation plants and the pipelines and all those distribution networks, and it will work in a different way. It will go two ways, just like internet. I think that a community, a commune, should be an element that would help the citizens to produce, to generate energy and to sell it to his neighbor. And that's not the way it works now. You have the PVs and you can then sell it off to the huge energy grid, and the neighbor who is living next door will have to buy it from this grid. That's not the way it should be. And that's why the community energy exists, or should exist. And that is what it means to me, to produce and to share on the spot where I live. It is advantageous because I need not sell it off at the price of 1 or 2 crowns and to oblige my neighbor to buy it at 8 crowns. If I sell it at 4 crowns, I will make a better profit and he will buy cheaper. So that will be great, and I won't sell it just to that particular neighbor, but to the entire community. The philosophy is that whatever is produced in the locality, it will be consumed locally, and that was my idea. What can we use? Each village is specific. Actually, where we are, we have huge deposits of black coal. It is the biggest. These are perhaps the biggest deposits of black coal in the Czech Republic. There were huge prospecting activity in the 90s, and then later it was all attenuated, luckily for us.
So I wonder, so when we do have coal, what's our situation? I read some Professor Richard Perez's articles from University of Alabama, thinking about the energies available to us. On the right, you can see unrenewable energy resources from coal to nuclear, and on the left, renewable resources, wind, solar, and so on and so forth. He recalculated the perspectives 30 years ahead on terawatt year, which is then multiplied by 8, up to multiplied by 12 kilowatts, and we can find out what will be the worldwide consumption in 2025 or in the next 30 years. And we can see what part is played by solar energy. That is enormous, huge. What's shown as solar or wind energy, this is to be used somehow in a reasonable way, not to cover all the planet with photovoltaic panels. So that is a consideration if roughly 6% of the Earth's surface is covered by photovoltaic panels, except for oceans and seas. And if it's done, this is recalculation for renewable resources and non-renewable resources, but it gives us the result that is 12 times more of solar energy than the total world consumption and 2.5 times higher availability of wind energy. 38% of our planet's surface is used for agriculture purposes, and therefore we still have enormous potential in the RES. A similar picture showing that if everything is electrified and there are no losses out of coal or coal burning or gas liquefaction, then we will get to the result that solar energy would be enough because it's 27 times larger than our presumed consumption, and wind energy exceeds it 5 times. What's the situation in Trojanovice? We know that fossil resource of coal is negative. It liquidates a community, a place. If we see whatever problematic zones in the Czech territory, it's either after Sudeten dislocation of the population or the places where coal was extracted. So we want to prevent such a situation that people who lose their opportunity due to coal move away. There are new opportunities and therefore new people coming to the region, people with no links, historical links to the region. This results in problematic regions being formed. If you look at Trojanovice, we have energy from grid, we have solar energy, and we have biomass. I do not count with wind energy. We are in a protected landscape area, but in other territories, I suppose wind energy should be included as well. Community and the municipal energy. Today we can only run municipal energy. We can get prepared to community energy, but municipal energy means that I take care only of energy management in buildings. I manage my own buildings. It's profitable for the community, for the citizens, while community energy, this is a higher level. Higher in the sense that I do make people, citizens involved, and together we form a single unit. However, we find out that we cannot build a community energy without resources. Therefore, what must our aim be? When we do not have still possibilities for community energy, we must strive at creating most of municipal resources. We must strive at getting subsidies for photovoltaics, for instance, starting communicating with the community, starting to wondering what types of storage facilities should be applied and switchers should be used. In order to be able to store the energy, we must have resources. We can play with hydrogen, we can play with batteries. If we have several times more of resources than we need for our own consumption. So what's not important task now, what is not the most important task for now is not storing the energy, but getting most of resources. If we have an ambition to become a leader municipality, a leader village, and I think we should strive at that. If there is a person with a family house, if there is a residential house with a secretary or manager, both the private owner and the administrator of the residential house will have their single interest to take care of the building. But then there is a high-level village, municipality, and they are people there who have more interests than just their own personal ones. The problem does not lay in election, that representatives are elected for 4 years. The problem is that many of the representatives think really in terms of 4 years, while they should think in terms of 10, 15, 20 years. The village exists for more than 4 years. And whatever we do properly now, the village can have profit from it for many years in the future. And the village representatives must realize that the results may not be felt immediately. Therefore, on a long-term basis, we are active in waste management, and if the representatives of other villages come and see, they are rather disappointed. They say, you've been working on waste management systems since 16 years, but we do not see such big results. And this is what I observe very often, that at the municipal level, results cannot come immediately. And having big solar power plants is something that, again, will not bring results immediately and not everywhere. That's why I also spoke about biomass and biogas. This is not a good resource if we are to cultivate maize and we transfer the energy in a flat manner. But we have a big potential in waste. Legislation puts a pressure on us to get rid of biomass. It's 30–40%. I measure every single waste we throw away in my family. Since a year, I've been weighing and measuring every single item of it. And I know that roughly 30% of our family waste is bio-waste. Therefore, there is a big potential in it, and we must use some smaller local biomass devices. I am a supporter of sorting out waste and using again some materials we otherwise have to extract from the soil. So biomass has enormous potential for bioenergy and for production of heat. Another big potential is to be found in building management. When I dealt with Siemens under another of our projects, they showed me as an example, like for instance in Finland, they have a device, a system that works with the weather predictions, and therefore it's clear how to trade the energy. If there is a sunny day, they stock the energy in batteries, the system evaluates, the next day again will be sunny, so we can sell the energy stocked in the batteries. Prediction for the third day says it will be a rainy day, therefore the energy will be not sold, but will be used for operating of their department store. And therefore, even before the energy crisis, they were able to save €500,000 in terms of energy savings per year, which is a fantastic benefit for them. And therefore, I would say that building management is enormously important. Also, buildings start to communicate with each other. These are buildings in chain. And if there is the right connection, or I will say it this way, things that affect citizens, people, and there are many companies addressing me, offering their ideas, but I say we must have one single way of communication with citizens, one portal. Let us concentrate all our ideas on one single portal. Thanks to bank identities, we can log in very easily today, and once we get logged in the citizens portal, the e-government should not mean that I just pay my dog fee or I ask for a change of my address or whatever. the advanced copy of e-government should be that I already see what's my energy situation, what are the possibilities to share personal cars, for instance, independent transport possibilities. So all kinds of information would be gathered in one single place. Legislation is a hinder. Also in terms of this citizens portal I spoke about right now. Today, already in Prague, I went to the lower house of the parliament, and it was promised to me that there would be inter-ministerial commenting procedure of an amendment to the law, hopefully in June, July, being approved. If, although the amendment is a sort of a compromise, if it's approved, our government could be praised for that, because it would mean really a big step forward. It was very much inspired by Austrian legislation, and Austria is very good at community energy. In my understanding, community energy should not be reduced to local level. We spoke about it till now. It's sharing within one single municipality energy between municipality and citizens, or between citizens and companies. Community energy should exist also on company level, so that companies involved, if I take for instance a company active in building and mending communications, they need specific plants, production plants, where they do not produce their own energy, but they may have photovoltaic roofs, they may produce energy and use it somewhere else.
Why do they have to go through a trader? I think that the community energy has a larger scope of use. Our colleagues spoke about the batteries and the sustainability. They said, or the durability, and durability or sustainability is not just environment, it has many aspects. The community energy is a typical example, because it has a good environmental aspect, it has a good social aspect, and also economic aspect. So, environment is not the only thing, because man is a part of the ecosystem, and if a man is not reconciled with the new approach, or if he's not happy with it, he will refuse it, and the product will never work. It must be economous and advantageous for a man. So the community energy has all the aspects of sustainability. Today, thanks to the Union of Community Energy, we have some instructions for mayors, for communes, and if legislation is forthcoming, and it will have to, because it will need to transpose the EU law, so the Czech Republic is under the supervision of the EU, it may provide the instructions. So you can look at UKENCZ and follow the instructions. What it brings, above all, that's security. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to listen to Mrs. Drábová. She certainly spoke about nuclear energy and about security, but I can imagine that what is the most secure is if there are lots of sources of energy, because it is easy to target a nuclear power plant. If you have a large number of battery storage sites, it is difficult to hit them all. And it provides a feeling of safety, of security. Today's world is nervous. Anytime I open my paper, my journal, I can see the titles about energy, about crisis, about energy prices. Most people are kept in warm and their energy prices are fixed, so there is nothing for them to be worried about, but they are. And this would give them the feeling of certainty, of assuredness. So if we invest in it, people go to places where they can get the information, and it will be within the walking distance if it is within a community. However, nowadays, even on the level of a community, everybody plays for himself or herself, so it doesn't really work. This looks like a chaos, but I think that it is the future. In the center, we can see the citizens and the portal of a citizen, where all the information should be focused, and there is a kind of battery storage site where where everything will be accumulated, whatever is produced in the commune, and people will just take it from there. So it will be cheaper. So I hope that I squeezed myself in the time limits, and that is all I want to say. I have a few questions. You mentioned the situation abroad. I know that you went to a couple of places across Europe. To what extent do you copy on what you've seen in other places, and is it possible, can be pushed through the Czech legislation, or will there be still any differences? What was the inspiration? How does it work? And can it be adopted here despite the legislation? Well, definitely it will work. Legislation is about people. It is about ourselves. We have to keep pushing on that. The politicians will not do anything unless they are bound to, unless they are forced for it. I know it because we were struggling against the coal mining in our village. You just have to keep pushing. It was quite inspirational if you look at the larger scale. In places like Austria, like Germany, they are 10 or 15 years ahead of us. And what we already spoke about described it well. We have to diversify our sources. We have to have as many of them as possible. In the town of Haswood, they produce 5 times as much energy as they consume. They can store the energy in hydrogen. Well, if we don't have any power, we cannot store it. We have to produce it from the renewables when there is an excess of production. It is not an easy homework, but we will have to go ahead with it. It is of great inspiration to go to places where they've started already to work on it and where they've been communicating with people. They were not allowed to build something within a week, a windmill, for instance. It took some 5 years of negotiation, but they do have it now. The project which you've prepared for Trojanovice, I would believe that you also already have a project for the PV installation on the roofs, or what should be the sources which you want to get. For me, the essential is to use the photovoltaics, because we could hardly use the windmills. And for the bio waste, our capacities are not sufficient. So even if everything was used as biomass, we wouldn't have enough capacity. We will need to include something in a larger areas. It would be worthwhile if it covered an area of the population of 30,000. We have 2,700. We would need to add some plants like corn, and we don't grow it. So what we want to do is a transformation project. We have the former mines where extraction was never really performed, but there was some prospecting and some mining works were done there. So we would like to use this. We would have a project in the former mine area. It is a brownfield which should be converted into a smart village, but we do not want it to become an island surrounded by the prehistoric installations. So what we want is that we want to materialize some of the progressive ideas, but they should be applied everywhere. So it should cover a broader area. It is a complex project which has an ambition of using the principle of fair transformation, that is the money coming from the EU for the transformation of the coal mining areas in around Karlovy Vary, around Ústí nad Labem, and around Ostrava. Now the last question. I live in a community which still is considered as a smaller one, although it has about 6,000 inhabitants, and we have a newly elected representation at the town hall, and we want to embark on a new way, new direction, and we want to take some systematic steps as similar to a company. A company would take some systematic steps to bring it somewhere, and we would do it the same way. What do you think would be the first step in your plan, and how soon do you believe you will take the step? I think that the first step, and this is something which I might even want to recommend to others, it is to change the way you think. To think in to realize that a village is there to stay for hundreds of years. In the history, we used to have a lot of bishopry property, forests, and it's been returned to the bishopry. And they wanted to. Actually, there was a possibility of purchasing some place of it to install a cyclable path, and we finally used it as an engagement, an involvement for the owner to allow the public to use it. So, and it was quite advantageous economically for everyone. So that's the way we should do things. You have to consider things, and you have to make use of your experience. I've been in my position since 16 years, and if somebody comes to a new position, to a new function, and nothing is handed over to him by his predecessor, it is very difficult to start from the scratch, which is not my situation. Yes, we can shift forward in our program, so we will tell us something about the results of the competition. We had this competition, the quiz, where you were supposed to answer questions, so we'll start drawing the lottery. It is for a notebook, so it is rather on the consumption side. which is prone to increase your bills for energy. During the presentations, you can ask questions, and you can look at the questions, you can prioritize them by clicking on some of the likes, and we will try to answer offline when this event is over, so we will make sure that you get the answers. Martin Nedbal. So he will contact you. So now we have a 15 minutes break.
To nejzajímavější, co jsem se na Unicorn University naučila, je schopnost řešit komplexní problémy a učit se v IT oboru, protože je to trošku specifické. A zároveň Unicorn University poskytuje systém vyučování, kde máme hodně praktické výuky. To znamená, naučila jsem se řešit podobnou problematiku, tak jak bych potom řešila v praxi. Tak a vlastně hned během prvních 2 semestrů jsem se naučila ty nejdůležitější hard skills, to znamená programování v Pythonu, v Rku a v SQLku spolu se základy statistiky. A potom už vlastně člověk potřebuje jenom svoji vlastní píli. A já jsem díky Unicorn University měla možnost dostat se vlastně na pozici data scientisty v Centru umělé inteligence pod O2. A to tím způsobem, že jsem jako své portfolio použila své seminární práce, které jsem měla vypracované právě ze školy. Studijní materiály považuji za jednu z největších výhod vůbec studia na Unicorn University. A to z toho důvodu, že je máme k dispozici vlastně neustále, jsou online a můžeme je používat při cestování, přesně tak to dělám já. A zároveň nám šetří čas a energii, nemusíme si nic zapisovat a můžeme tu energii věnovat rovnou učení. Studium na Unicorn University bych doporučila z několika důvodů. A jednak máme mod Work and Study, který je příznivý pro všechny, kteří přes den pracují a nemají čas zúčastnit se normální prezenční výuky. Ale zároveň jsou zde velmi ochotní učitelé, kteří jsou vždy na vaší straně a snaží se vás podpořit a věnují vám svůj čas vlastně nad rámec výuky. Jednou z nejdůležitějších věcí, co jsem se u nás ve škole naučila, je komunikovat s více technicky zaměřenými lidmi a celkově spolupracovat ve skupinách. A na jednom z hackathonů jsme řešili například programování hry a programovali jsme mini. Pokud se chce člověk věnovat data science, tak si myslím, že Unicorn University je perfektní volba. A právě díky tomu balíčku základních dovedností, které nabízí v poměrně brzkých semestrech, to znamená v prvním a v druhém. A taky je to škola, která je otevřená lidem, kteří přes den pracují a dokáže se přizpůsobit. Zkrátka je to tady super. Tak se přihlašte. Dobrý. Tak děkuji.
Electromobility is rapidly becoming a more mainstream part of our lives. With this shift comes a rising demand for charging infrastructure. Cities, governments and companies need to ensure their electromobility development is up to the task.
However, operating charging infrastructure is a complex task. It starts with securing the connection to the electricity grid and ends with the correct billing of your customers.
Our solution is ChargeUp. We help charging station operators, private companies and governments to unify and standardize the management of large-scale charging infrastructure. It can all be sorted with a single app, ChargeUp. Everyone who charges at your location can simply use it, while you can monetize and manage your e-mobility investments. Our system will ensure a smooth charging experience for your drivers, making them happy clients who will return to your chargers.
ChargeUp makes the whole process as comfortable as possible. You can manage your stations and those of your partners all from one place. We'll also take care of the connections to the other systems, user support, and charging infrastructure if needed. The service consists of two applications, ChargeUp CPO and ESP. ChargeUp CPO is a system for charging station operators, and ChargeUp ESP provides seamless charging for the drivers.
ChargeUp CPO is a complex cloud solution for charging infrastructure operators, providing comprehensive and efficient management of charging stations. It also provides you with access to up-to-date financial and operational statistics. It allows you to operate a charging station network from a single location anywhere in the world. A single control system can be used for the management of all stations. The ChargeUp CPO maximizes the uptime of stations and helps to prevent outages by addressing them promptly. A proactive notification system will alert you about any problem, allowing the dispatchers to fix it even before the driver notices it. ChargeUp allows you to add a sub-operator to your network to create a hierarchy. This function means you can have visibility over the entire charging infrastructure on your territory. Moreover, by offering your partners to operate and manage their infrastructure via ChargeUp, you increase the value of investments when installing charging stations. ChargeUp is an open platform and can be easily integrated with external systems, for example, your billing and invoicing system. ChargeUp is primarily delivered as a cloud service but can be run within your environment too. It all depends on your needs and requirements.
ChargeUp ESP is a simple and easy-to-use application for drivers. It provides instant access to a network of charging stations through a QR code or a map and allows drivers to charge their car in a few clicks. Registered users gain additional benefits. For example, they can store their credit card, view charging history, or enter a connection with an RFID card. The customer then can use the app as a virtual charging card thanks to this connection. The ChargeUp solution also includes a payment gateway, and we are also ready to provide payment processing and correct billing on your behalf. What's more, you can integrate your branding and fit it to your needs. We can update the application's color schemes, logos, notifications, and other elements according to your preferences. Language localization is easily achievable as well.
Our 24/7 e-mobility helpdesk is ready to assist operators, dispatchers, and network administrators day and night. We also provide direct support to drivers and many other services related to operating the charging infrastructure. Drive with us towards the future with electromobility.
So I decided to study at Unicorn University because I wanted to change from a public university to private. The main differences between a public school and Unicorn University is definitely the individual approach to education, since in a public school I felt that there was no one to help me when I had, for example, trouble with a project or with some task from school. And here in Unicorn University, everyone is always eager to help and answer any questions that I have. The most interesting person I worked with here is probably Mr. Jérôme Dumet, who I had HR management with. What he did to make the course interesting is that he always explained in like a very fun and new way for me. And we also worked on some case studies together. I was always doing presentation for the course, which was like an innovative approach. I'm very happy with the materials here at Unicorn University. I'm really glad that they're online, so I can open them basically anywhere and study wherever I want. The most interesting place I studied from was probably listening to a lecture while I was driving a car. Last semester I attended a hackathon, which was a whole day of programming. We were divided into teams of 2 or 3 people, and we had some tasks and projects that we had to complete in about 10 hours. I also made friends with my teammate, and right now we are working on another project, which is a cloud application. I also work part-time as a programming lecturer, and it's really easy to combine it with my studies at Unicorn University, since there is a little less of the lectures because of the projects we are doing. And also anytime I need help or I need some extra time, they're eager to help me. I would recommend Unicorn University because of the individual approach to education the professors have, and also I appreciate that I can focus more on practice than theory, and I'm sure it will help me find a job in the field of IT.
Nacházíme se na veletrhu čisté mobility Eslon 2021. A vy si teď pojďte podívat, co všechno umí ChargeUp nabídnout.
ChargeUp je komplexní řešení pro elektromobilitu, které není jenom dodávka nabíjecích stanic na klíč, ale i softwarové vybavení, které vám poskytne maximální kontrolu nad vaší nabíjecí infrastrukturou a koncovým klientům plný komfort při využívání služeb veřejného nabíjení.
Naše portfolio obsahuje AC i DC dobíjecí stanice. Dodání zajistíme od úvodní studie proveditelnosti přes projektovou dokumentaci až po výchozí revizní zprávu. Samozřejmostí její kompletní stavební realizace.
Více informací najdete na www.chargeup.net. Budeme rádi, když se nám ozvete.
Jmenuji se Jana Adamová a do Unicornu jsem nastoupila rovnou po škole v roce 2013 díky své sestřenici, která tu v té době pracovala. Jako malá holka jsem chtěla být díky lásce ke koním žokejkou, postupně jsem ale pochopila, že to není zrovna ideální práce pro holky, tak jsem se zaměřila více na komunikaci s lidmi než se zvířaty a šla studovat jazyky na Karlovu univerzitu, konkrétně švédštinu a nizozemštinu. Unicorn je tedy moje úplně první zaměstnání, pokud tedy nepočítám to, že jsem odmala zpívala jako členka kínova dětského sboru v opeře Národního divadla, kde jsem pokračovala i po odchodu ze sboru jako externista a účinkovala tak v několika představeních a hudebních projektech. Jakožto člověk IT nepolíbený jsem začínala jako recepční v Praze. Zhruba po 5 měsících jsem se zúčastnila interního výběrka na koordinátorku kurzu v Unicorn Token Academy, kam jsem byla přijata. Začínala jsem jako takový plánovač kurzů, postupem času jsem se začala více věnovat výrobě kurzů a celkově rozvoji jednotky. Práce koordinátorky mě hrozně bavila, protože jsem se díky tomu mohla setkat s obrovskou spoustou zajímavých lidí napříč celou firmou. V rámci vzdělávání se například často jezdí i do našeho školícího střediska hotelu Hřebečníky. Občas tam stále jezdím, nicméně teď už v roli manažera, kterou jsem po 5 letech v Tokenu převzala. Za velké plus pro spolupráci považuji svou nekonfliktní povahu, která mi umožňuje se všemi vycházet víceméně bez problémů. Nejvíce jsem v kontaktu se svým 5členným ryze dámským týmem, ale hodně komunikuji také s kolegy z Unicorn University, Unicorn Publishing, People Hubem a vlastně s celou firmou. Komunikaci považuji za základ, takže jsem se vždycky snažila v rámci spolupráce vycházet vstříc, pokud to aspoň trochu bylo možné. Prostě spolupracujeme. Za tu dobu, co tu jsem potkala opravdu spoustu zajímavých a inspirativních lidí, od kterých jsem se naučila například i to, že věci je potřeba brát s nadhledem a s klidem a že všechno se dá vyřešit, i když to třeba tak někdy nevypadá. V Unicornu je obecně kladen hodně velký důraz na vzdělávání a rozvoj lidí, proto jsem ráda, že můžu být součástí celého toho procesu. V Top Gunu ročně odškolíme více než 5000 hodin v rámci zhruba 250 různých kurzů a zatím je vidět obrovský kus společné práce. V rámci své role jsem zvyklá pracovat tak, jak je zrovna potřeba a být tam, kde jsem zrovna potřeba, například v Řebečníkách, kde bývají školení často i vícedenní. Pokud si ale všechno dobře naplánujete, práce s osobním životem se skloubit určitě dá a ještě vám zbyde čas i na vaše koníčky. Leckdy je můžete i spojit. Já například ráda sportuji, čemuž využívám některé naše firemní plusy. Hodně času také trávím na své motorce, která často parkuje v práci nebo v Řebečníkách.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the last part of our conference. And we will start with a topic that was reflected already several times, electromobility. We have Philip Vanchura from Leaf Technologies invited for that topic. He will speak to us what's the role of electromobility in new energy sector. We have also electro vehicles represented here quite a lot, and electromobility is a popular topic. There are different camps of supporters or opponents. Therefore, what is our future? Will there be a future where it will be also used in decentralized energy, electromobility? Thank you for the invitation. Let me complete the spectrum of presentations with my title, Role of Electromobility in the New Energy Sector. And I will try to give answers to several questions that were already formulated here. Let me start with what's electromobile as an appliance, what's electromobile as a smart battery, and what's the concept of the so-called second life of batteries. To present myself, I'm representing here the Leaf Technologies company that's being active in a certain interface between new energy and electromobility since 10 years. We've carried out many theoretical studies. We are also executing pilot projects where we try to launch new technologies in practice, and I will make you acquainted with some of those projects at the end of my presentation. Before starting with electromobility issues or topics, I will give you a couple of figures on the market. From our Czech Republic perspective, we may feel that Europe is playing a rock and roll, but it's not right. China is the main player, both in terms of batteries and production, it was already described here, but also in terms of electromobility. In the left part of the chart, if you consider the relative values there, Europe considers more than 10% of electro vehicles, a similar figure in China, but if you look at the cake chart on the right, in China the number is by half bigger, and we are speaking about purely battery vehicles, not about hybrid. We can speak about the objectives for the next 10, 20 years, whether they are too ambitious, but as a matter of fact, it's clear that electromobility is here. So not its existence, but its implementation and the speed of it should be considered now. Projections are illustrated here through the eyes of an electric vehicle producer. Here we have a Škoda company chart published 2 weeks ago at Electromobility Forum. It says that on the European market in 2028, the Škoda company wants to sell the same number of classical fuel cars as electrical cars. The intersection will happen 3-4 years later, but once you buy a new car 10 years later, you will see more electric cars in catalogs of producers than combustion cars. Electrical part of the story starts with a single calculation. When we look at what's the average consumption of an average bigger personal electric car, if it drives 5,000 kilometers per year, the annual consumption is 0.2 kilowatt hours per kilometer. If we multiply it by the number of electric cars, something as 20,000 in the Czech Republic, if it's 1 million, it corresponds to 3% of the consumption in the Czech Republic. So even quite a high number of electric vehicles does not represent a big load from the point of view of energy. And if we speak to energy experts, they will tell you clearly, practically all, that the energy demands of electrical cars will not be a problem. The reason is that the total cumulative figure is not as big as that. And the second argument, in order to explain it, let's go through this slide, that should help you to understand that if you have an electric car, your system of recharging and your way of using it differs markedly from a combustion car. If you have a combustion car today, you drive, if there is a signal, your fuel is not sufficient, you come to the nearest filling station, you fill up your tank and you continue. The electric car makes a different situation. There is so-called fast charging, recharging, which is something as 20% of the overall recharging. Some figures speak even about 10%. Most of recharging is through low recharging, or so-called AC, which is abbreviation for the technology. Every electric vehicle can be recharged slowly or fast. And this slow recharging means that some 90% of the time your car is at rest and you use it some 5% of time when you drive it. And this 5% of time remaining is the time you recharge your car. You connect it with the grid. And therefore you do not need such a high output, and you can adapt your time of recharging to the times where there is not a big load on the grid, or when your household consumption is not excessive. So from the point of view of capacity of distribution and grid wires, it's quite a sensitive way of recharging. Practically, we should differentiate between fast and slow recharging in terms of whether it's a public one or household one. If you have your own garage where you can do your own recharging, or you have rented recharging place. This is the cheapest way how you can recharge. But then you can use the public AC recharging spot if you don't have your own garage. If you live in a residential house, you have a flat there, then there are small sockets and rechargers. We will see it in a while. There is a pilot project in Prague, but this is a certain obstacle, barrier. If you do not have your own recharging place, it's a bit difficult if you depend on public, usually fast recharging a place, which is the most expensive method and also quite complicated. There are recharging stations of 150 kilowatt up to 350, but most of electric cars are not able to get connected to. If you get to 300 kilowatts, you may recharge your car within 10-15 minutes, and then you will not be bound to dream about high megawatt recharging stations. These are rather for vessels or lorries or trucks. But anyhow, the distribution network is getting larger and larger. In the places you want to have recharging locations, such as by highways or in the cities, there's quite a demanding, there is quite a high demand on public grid, and in addition to that, a car connected to the grid, it may not increase demands on capacity, and you may even use it as a certain battery and as a certain contribution to the grid. Smart batteries, smart charging rather. This is an overview of abbreviations. Smart charging can be divided into unidirectional smart charging, which is the cheapest one. If you come at home at 8 p.m., you need to leave at 8 a.m. the next morning, so you have 12 hours for recharging for a certain distance. If you put the output at full, you have the recharging done in 3 hours, and you do not care at what time exactly. If you pass the information to a control system, and the system may be again either highly sophisticated one or not so much sophisticated, you may reach a situation you do not have to enlarge the capacity of your security, and you can have it at the lowest cost. I will show you the pilot project in a while. Then there is bi-directional smart charging, V2H, depending the battery works. It's either vehicle to home or vehicle to building. Anyhow, it's always vehicle to something, and it means that besides recharging the battery, discharging is possible as well. If you imagine a car at home, vehicle to home charging system, if you have a small shut of the output, you can overcome the problem. In Fukushima, they worked on it 3 years ago. There are first projects incorporated into some electric car producers. The others will incorporate it very soon as well. The most sophisticated way, on the very last line, V2G, means that the battery in a car will be connected through a more advanced complex system to the grid, And in here we have more complex views on battery systems, and quite a small number of batteries in an electric car can help to balance the grid. You need quite a sophisticated aggregation system for that, but they are already available, or they are getting to exist, such systems. Specific examples so that you know at what stage the market is today. This is one of the pilot projects we participate in. It will go down to 2024. The aim, there are several aims. When I start with the photograph, with the black box with a mast above, this is a public lighting mast. Down there, there is technology, some technological elements, and a small box above. This is a typical wall box. The plan is that those wall boxes, according to the general plan of transport infrastructure development in Prague, there should be many in Prague by 2030. This box has 2 outlets for 2 parking places, I mean 2 cars that can get connected to. The aim is to test a smart IT system that will pass the information about a given car through a system of distribution grid, so that the recharging is done in a smart way, so that even a large number of recharged vehicles represent a small load on distribution grid. And besides pre-distribution, there is also Unico participating in the system, providing this management system. Also, Škoda Auto company is participating, because at the very last stage of the project, besides monitoring the communication car, recharger, distributor, and grid, above all that, we also examine the system from the point of view that Škoda factory announces that from 2025 it will ask for this functionality to be prepared already in the cars. The last of the topics I wanted to cover is the topic of so-called second life of batteries. You may come across this term already. The concept is what is being visualized here. Battery, after some years, when it loses a part of its accumulation capacity, in practice it means lower drive distance before the next recharging, this battery can be put into a stock place where it can be subject to installation within an industrial park in order to help the grid, in order to help the output. And in this mode, it can continue servicing for next several years until its capacity is totally minimal, and then recycling is put in place. It's very reasonable.
It makes sense because the sustainability of the batteries is improved, and even economically, because the battery, when dismantled from the car, will be much cheaper. For the first use, it will be part of the cost will be covered, and in the second cycle, the rest of it. The world has advanced so that on the left you can see a battery that is used in ENIAC, and on the right it is also a battery to be put in ENIAC. Only on the left you can see the drawers, or the shapes of drawers, which are arranged in the chassis. Before, the batteries were positioned under the seats and in all places where it was possible, but now it should be different, because there is a place which is fit for that, and only a few screws are enough to fix it. So once you have to replace it, you can use it. If you have it in a battery storage, it doesn't matter, or repository, it doesn't matter if the battery is already has lost a part of its capacity, because it is compensated for. If later in the life of the battery you want to charge the car, it takes a longer time, or it takes more time to ignite the engine and so on. So it means that this is a moment where the battery, if it is put in the repository, can still serve for a period of 10 years. This is a picture from Prague 10. There is a charging hub with about 10 parking places with slow charging and one for the fast charging. And there is a part which is composed of the second life batteries, which is, and it serves as a backup for the peak times when there is a car that uses a lot of it. It can be complemented from that. As to this project, in the basic regime, it is also used for peak shaving. In the more advanced regime, which we will be speaking about perhaps in 1 or 2 years, across the street there are 2 blocks of flats, and we would like to simulate next time how such battery storage can be used as a community storage, power storage. It is assumed that there might be a community within 10 years that would use it, and the battery could be used for that. So what we will need is the legislation. These are the pilot projects which can unveil some of the possibilities which are ahead, and they can be used as an example for the legislators who can provide then for the legal aspects of it. So in conclusion, there are 3 points. The first point is the answer to the question whether there will be enough electricity for electric vehicles. There will be enough for 2 reasons. The volume of electricity is not that big, and the charging of electromobiles is relatively fair to the grid, not exhausting it too much. If batteries are properly integrated, could on the contrary, could help the grid, just like any other batteries as we heard about them today. Then after the electromobile's death, obviously it will depend on many aspects, including the life cycle of the battery, but when its capacity drops under a certain limit, the battery can still be used in the stationary battery storage site. Thank you, Philip, for your presentation. I might have a practical question. You spoke about the ways of using or charging the V2X or whatever, whether it be a home or a grid. It must be doing something with the battery, because charging and discharging, it is guaranteed for a certain number of cycles by the manufacturer. Won't there be a problem that the manufacturers won't guarantee the charging cycles if it is used in a certain regime? Can it be a physical problem for the battery? Is it feasible? The good news is that as a user, you need not ask the Chinese manufacturer of the battery about this, because it is the manufacturer of the car who carries the guarantee. It is a good question, though, because the modern types of batteries, that has to be said, there is no such modern battery that would have been in a car for 8 years, and we would see how it behaves now. What is, for instance, the MBTF, or what is the capacity, because so they haven't been so long. We have modern batteries, but they haven't run for 8 years. So the technological question is still there. But I would rather be an optimist, because there are many places where batteries are tested in laboratories and at universities, and our colleagues seek to simulate the cycles, and that's what they do in China as well. And as it is, today's batteries can last longer than we thought. They don't deteriorate that much, and if anything affects the degradation or degrading, it is the fast charging or discharging. If we speak about the V to G and about the second life of battery, as opposed to the regime in which it operates in a car, it is different. And the battery is heavily loaded in the car operation. But the expectations are that in other regimes it should last longer, and that it should be all right even for the guarantees. Another question will be associated with what is frequently asked about by the audience. Again, a polarizing question: hydrogen as opposed to electromobile. What are the pros and what are the cons? Just briefly, I will use the words of our colleagues from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and they are people who are in charge of technological neutrality, and they also work with the subsidies from the EU and so on. And we thought, and they said that they thought that the batteries would be for smaller cars, but the bigger cars, trucks and so on, would rather be used. The hydrogen would rather be used. However, that was 5 years ago. And nowadays, for small cars, as we believe, hydrogen will have no say. More than a half of the trucks that run on the Czech roads don't go any further than 300 kilometers, so it's for the internal transport, so it could also be used for them. However, as to hydrogen, there are advocates of hydrogen. The positive thing is that the charging is much faster. However, there's still a long way to go for hydrogen in terms of the energy conversion effectiveness, and then the charging infrastructure is very complicated to prepare. It will take a long time. If we speak about hydrogen, we should speak about green hydrogen. And how will it be produced? How will it be produced in winter? Or how shall we import it from Spain? I'm not saying that the door is closed, that it will never happen, but the batteries-driven cars, it is available, and it's still improving. So while a part of the local fleet can be substituted for by the EV, for hydrogen we will have to wait longer. Another question? I think the motivation for the questions is the concern about the places where you have the housing developments, and where you may have as many as 150 cars that will connect to the grid at one time. Will the grid sustain it? Will it carry the load? there must be some concept for the highly densely populated areas. I think that Mr. Ellis, the manager of PRE, said that the large quantities of cars which exist in some urban areas can be predicted, and the distributor also has the predictions, so they cannot be scared by these quantities or these densities because they know it. If, for instance, you replace all the wiring, the cables which lie underground, and if you know what the capacity or what the output or the necessary output will be, they will provide for that. So I don't think that will be a threat. It might be that in a specific street they will want this charging pole, and it won't be possible to put it there for some specific local reasons, but in general it shouldn't be a problem. However, it may be that people will actually buy cars, electric cars, if they know that a charging pole is near to where they live. I think that there are still many people who have a garage or a place which is dedicated to them and where the charging pole or the wall box can be placed, and then they compare the costs for the purchase of the EV, or they can do all kinds of calculations. And by the way, there's a portal on the electromobility website where you have a calculator and you can do the comparison of the costs and of the operational costs. But if a charger is not near, you should rather wait. So it is better to wait for the time where it's really next door. I think that in Prague it might be a problem at certain places. There are plans, but it is a matter of a couple of years. Thank you for your time and for the presentation, and we will go ahead. The next topic is flexibility and the use of flexibility. Electromobility is one of the sources of flexibility. That is, electromobility is one of the sources of flexibility. And there is a sophisticated algorithm which can take into account all kinds of elements, including climatic conditions and weather and all that, and it can control the regime of charging. I can see some people who are experts in this area, and above all, I have two experts now, Mr. Král, Filip Král and Tomáš Molek, who will tell us more about that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will speak about flexibility. Is it just a buzzword or is it a real opportunity? So let us speak about some of the secrets of flexibility and the market with flexibility. I'll give you a somewhat broader introduction to give you an idea of where the market currently is and what is the environment.
When we look at the current energy market, and Mr. Novotný spoke about oil pipes, it's similar indeed. There is a centralized energy production, very often working with in the places of big resources such as coal mines or steam producing facilities. There are hundreds of megawatts per hour capacities, very often based on fossil resources, fossil fuels, And very often their production and their output is very well predictable and very little volatile. Management is easy. Then it goes through transmission system that in the European Union is more than average robust if you compare it with the US, where the distribution transmission system is not so advanced. We in the EU are very well advanced. We have really a robust transmission system. The problem was that there was not possibility to store electrical energy. Soft exceptions. What I'm trying to describe is it was not at long capacities. Not all mountains have long slopes. And until recently, storage of energy was economically not advantageous. And consumption is something, again, easily predictable. If we take a household as an example, one household, and predictability of the consumption is not so easy because every member of the family comes at different time home and cooks, for instance, at different times. But if we make an average of, let us say, 1,000 households, the level of uncertainty gets lower and the model of consumption is getting stabilized. What are we aiming at? Mr. Topolánek probably spoke about it at the beginning, that on the pan-European level there is a plan to shut down big energy producers based on fossil fuels, mainly on coal, and decarbonization and transfer to RES is being focused. In the past, we wanted to prioritize nuclear and steam production, while now it's rather photovoltaics, wind power plants and similar resources. Of course, these are very much dependent on external factors and therefore predictability is rather low or complicated. Mr. Klička and Mr. Podruch spoke about storage facilities. We can say that the price of electrical energy storage production is so low that it gives now economic meaning to make storage devices both for short-term and long-term storage. We also can observe development of electromobility. There is a usage of electrical energy, but as Mr. Vanchura spoke just before us, it serves also for a short time balancing of the supply of energy into buildings and into grid, depending. And last but not least, when we go down to companies level, we can see that there are trends of smartphones where buildings have a smart way of energy consumption management, switching often to a regime where they produce energy through their own photovoltaics. If I'm to resume, what is the result of the current trend is primarily decentralization, when we transfer from big centralized producers into smaller electric energy producers, plus electrification, where we can see liquid energy bearers switch off and their role in energy production. Flexibility is somewhere embedded in all that. These flows I described, they are bi-directional ones. There can be usage of energy, but there are also supply of energy. The best example is a home photovoltaic. Decentralization, flexibility is, our ability to map all these elements, to control them, to steer them, and to make the best possible availability and robustness of both grid and distribution system. When speaking about trend of decarbonization and transfer to renewables, we can imagine that this cannot be done without major investments, which means that if we start investing now into a massive change of grid and distribution system and into the way how we generally manage the energy and create new energy, we can expect that in the similar way, investment will reflect itself in energy prices. Therefore, we cannot expect some rapid prices of energy decrease, and also with an increasing uncertainty supported by the war in Ukraine, we can expect that prices of gas will reflect this uncertainty into their gas prices. And we can even identify a certain pressure on transfer to dynamic prices of electrical energy as it's common in Western Europe. What a household can do in order to face such a situation? Well, a household should use resources available in a smart way. If you imagine a modern building, a modern family with a photovoltaic on the roof, with a boiler that is controllable, manageable in the base ground, and with smart appliances so that washing machine can wash not only at night but also at noon. So there should be smart management elements in both usage and consumption of energy, so that appliances, including the boiler, are smartly controlled, and at a time of high prices of energy, the consumption is reduced and vice versa. Excesses or shortcomings of energy can be traded at the market through flexibility. If I'm able to produce more energy and I'm able to store it in batteries, I can offer it to the market through a flexibility framework, and my aggregator can use it for monetization purposes that can bring me some given amount of money. Before getting to details, let me say what are the basic players on the flexibility market. We mentioned a household or a company. This is flexibility provider, and this is the entity that has different assets, being able to control them through IT or through some metering and management device that manages both excesses and shortcomings, and the small system the provider has is controlled in such a way that ideally the excess is consumed on spot. As the produced energy is consumed on spot. As soon as there is an excess of energy, then through aggregator, this can be offered at the market into so-called virtual power plants or power blocks, and this flexibility can be then treated at the market in order to balance the grid system or in order to monetize it. And therefore, then it becomes a part of a trade system, and there must be functionality of controlling flexibility units and controlling system. I will pass the floor now to my colleague, Tomáš. Thank you. Good afternoon to our viewers and participants. Thank you, Philip, for having started, Tomáš, for having started. Flexibility, as it was already presented, will be now developed further by me, the very term of it, flexibility as a new market opportunity, depending on legislation. And in this respect, we will speak about practically how to use flexibility. Thanks to changes in legislation, as Honza Fosek or Mr. Gavor spoke about, these changes, these amendments are ahead of us. Something have been already implemented, such as offering supporting services to the grid in the Czech Republic from aggregation block of size 1 megawatt, possibility to decentralize completing it, which means that the concept described by Philip is already existing in the Czech Republic. You can compose a virtual power block or power plant from different modules dispersed over the country, and as an aggregator of flexibility you can get to the market and offer the services in order to balance the grid and earn money. How much it can bring in terms of a profit, we will speak about it in the second part of my presentation. This picture rather shows the current situation, while using of flexibility will be rather feasible in the future. Out of all the things that were already mentioned, or most of them were mentioned, I would like to focus on the topic of so-called variable baseline. It may sound complicated as a term, but let me explain it. It's the fact that now, when you want to offer services in order to balance the system, you must have a stable value of your output 1 hour beforehand, approved one, and which means that it still excludes technologies that are that have variable outputs. They are able to produce and change their outputs, but according to current legislation, they cannot be used in order to balance the system because they are not their output changes are not predictable. Since the next year it will change, and even such systems as photovoltaics, power plants or heat pumps will be given the chance to be used, and even if their output is not stable, thanks to a certain possibility of predicting their outputs starting from the benchmark level from which the service will be identified, and this will result in a much larger scope of usage of these devices, both for companies and for municipalities. If so, they will become active players on the market. When speaking about technologies that are currently available in the Czech Republic and used in the Czech Republic for purpose of flexibility, first of all, they are cogeneration units, typically gas engines able to produce both electricity and heat, and due to historical legislation there's been demand for such resources in order to use them to cover heat demands in winter and effective usage of gas, so that it's not only heat that is the final product, but there is also a co-generated product such as electricity. In the Czech Republic, currently there are hundreds of megawatts of co-generation units, from several hundreds out to several megawatts, and thanks to opening of the market, the flexibility in this term can be fully used in order to balance the system for the operator of the transmission system.
More sources which can also be used, although to a limited extent, are batteries. Batteries are storage sites with heat accumulation to electric boilers, where the accumulation of the technology can again be used. What is very interesting economically are the so-called diesel generators or the backup generators, which many companies have to keep for the safety of their operation, and they can earn money to the owners. They can earn some extra benefit thanks to the current prices, and these are really interesting assets to provide flexibility. You're not really bound to use diesel generators because you may have high costs of that, so it's only limited to certain services, and there are some applications which are only used several times a year, and for these the diesel generators can be a suitable solution. I also expect for the years to come that for the peak consumption there will be better, and there will be much more use, much more demand for the renewable energies. I think that the photovoltaics and other renewable sources will be more heavily used for the control of the system, of the grid, and the controlled use will also be recurred to. This is a table showing the various types of use. It's not just about the technologies which we know now, but it also shows the potential of the electromobility for the future, where there could be hundreds of megawatts, which, if properly managed, they could be used and it could bring economic benefit. So if I provide my capacity for the stabilization of the grid, it will be rewarded. Now, as to hydrogen, you can see that it does not appear here, nor does it in Western countries. The economic feasibility of the technologies is not yet up to the level where it would make sense. So the flexibility of this technology is still hidden, and it will appear in the future. If we look at the economic side of it, we have a graph where we attempted at modeling using the prices which existed in the first half of this year and which were used for the stabilization of the grid. And one of the technologies, if we take the unit price, like from each unit we have 1 megawatt, so here we can see how much with a portfolio as you have here, how much you can earn providing it for various services. So it is the UP technology, the backup sources or battery systems in general for the fastest FCR service. The potential of benefit is huge. In our models, we got to really huge amounts, and the investments, which may be worth tens of millions of crowns, the return on such an investment is in the order of months. So this really is interesting, and we also have the potential of electromobiles, of diesel generators, of heat pumps, cogeneration units. We keep talking about the potential benefits or earnings in the order of hundreds of thousands of euros. We realize that the potential for the future will drop because there will be more competition, there will be other aggregators and more technologies which will push the prices down. But our estimates are conservative, and We have our predictions for the future, but still this looks like a very promising part of the market, and I think that flexibility is very important also for the stabilization of the grid, and the CHEPS, that is CEPS, the Czech electricity grid, is aware of that. Here I show some of the metrics for what may look like important to the individual players on the market if really they want to provide flexibility. It is still true that it makes economic sense if you can produce at least hundreds of kilowatts and megawatts if possible. If you are a flexibility provider, you have to know where you have it when you need it, or when you are ready to provide it for the grid. And you also have to know what is your system and what your system can achieve. If we speak about aggregators, Philip spoke about it. The aggregator must have the capacity or the output in the tens of megawatts or higher units of megawatts, and it has to be connected to the markets. You have to know what is the situation on the market on a daily basis or in the course of the day, and you have to be able to predict the flexibility. For the rest, it depends on the complexity of your portfolio. If you have some straightforward equipment with a predictable operation regime, then you need not have any sophisticated IT devices. In the heat generation unit, it depends upon you when you put the boiler in operation, when you start it. There are other technologies where you need a smarter system, and you have to have some systemic support both for the prediction and for the control and for the operation. So you need a control unit which will make it possible for you to connect to the grid or to the end users. From the perspective of households, because there are two types of subjects. One of them are companies or aggregators, those who can provide flexibility, but on the other hand there are households, which in the future should play a very important role in the energy sector. And the situation still is that the flexibility in the Czech Republic, when we speak about households, cannot be used much. There is a certain potential. There are traders who can connect the households with the spot market, but unless a household has a photovoltaic installation and some metering device, they can't really do much. The smart metering is not yet sufficiently spread, so there is no constant monitoring. Well, we are running short of time, so I don't think I have to speak about this, because many of those who spoke before me told you already about that. But let's look at some of the figures in terms of savings potential if you replace your appliances for the more economous ones. The technical progress is also reflected in the equipment of the households. So you should buy such appliances which for the future will make it possible for you to participate in the flexibility market and which at present will allow you to achieve some savings in terms of energy consumption or financial economies. There are some average values which we used and we drew them from a study for the Czech Republic. We looked at what is the average equipment per household and how much could be saved if you replace some of the appliances. The economies could be up to 13,000 crowns. We are talking about the prices that were valid in the first half of this year. Now, as to the practical examples, there are technologies of the future, of course, and there are some pilot projects existing already which focus on that, which allow for trading with active customers. You have the trading that can FVE trading using shares, which exists in Vienna. You can't install PV everywhere, certainly not in some of the central parts of the cities, but such a park, such a photovoltaic installation can be situated somewhere else outside of the center. And some of the cities have huge ambitions in terms of covering roofs with PVs, and that will obviously necessitate the involvement of the energy suppliers and other stakeholders. There are certain places where this already works, and in the future I'm sure that there will be a sound basis for further development, and the flexibility will play an increasingly important role. Thank you for your attention. So, is it a buzzword or is it a real opportunity? I think that the very specific opportunities were quite clearly displayed. You presented what the opportunities are. I want to ask the companies, what should they do? What is the procedure if they want to be included in the market, in the flexibility market? What they have to prepare? What they have to buy? What they have to install? Do I have to go somewhere and ask help? Well, at first, what you have to do first is to consider whether it will be worthwhile, whether it will pay off. So the best is to seek some expert advice who can do the analysis and the deliberation for you. Then you have to have the hardware infrastructure, which is the electricity distributor. There are specialized companies which are dealing in energy management, so they are able to go through all the operations for which you use energy in your company, and they are able to install the elements in the distributors which can control the individual circuits depending on a certain scenarios. And then you have to go through the scenarios which are applicable for your installation. And heating, for instance, which during which hours of the day you will switch the heating on. Does it make much difference to you? And so on. Then you can contact a flexibility aggregator, or you can just announce that you want to become an aggregator. given the features or the capacities which you have, and somebody will help you again what should be done.
Clear. And since I've been also active on the market, I know that there are industrial companies that have next to their manufacturing halls or their roofs photovoltaics, basically for their own consumption, not doing anything with the excess of energy. This is one of the quizzes companies could think about if there is input very considerable. They should also speak about using their output, such as storage, energy storage, or in cooperation with an aggregator to think about their market application, what Philip has described to ensure the company through a smart management system that will make saving possible and that will bring some space for further uses, including monetization. So I wanted just to add that there are also faster approaches than this one, economic approaches, how to solve at least some problems through battery and through monetization on the energy market. Thank you, David. I think that we are at the end of the contents of our conference. Indeed, we thank all the lecturers for their contributions. I do believe that listeners have formed their views on them. I remind you that you can have a look at all of the presentations, or if you haven't watched throughout the day, you can study them, and I do believe that you will do that because it's an interesting and very topical theme. Thank you once more. And by that, I'm coming to the very last point of our agenda, and this is the last draw of prizes. The very last draw. It's the prizes were provided by our internet partner Mammoth. And let me remind the rules of the draw, that the name that will remain on the screen as the last name is or will be our winner. And the prize this time is, if I'm not wrong, an iPhone. We awarded a notebook Lenovo, but this should be an iPhone. Here's the winner, Ondřej Picha. The number is a clear identifier of the person, and the winner will be contacted by our organizational committee or team. Thank you once more. And the last agreeable invitation is aimed at you. It will take place in April next year with the title, with a topic that is also partially used in energy sector, and it is artificial intelligence. So do book your time on 21st of April 2023 and take part in our next conference, Artificial Intelligence Conference, that will be executed online. And if you want to share with us any feedback is important for us because it helps us to improve in our delivery. So do send us your reactions, and let me remind you that 10 of you will be chosen, and our partner Record Publishing will send you vouchers for online courses. Thank you once more and wish you a nice rest of the day and have a nice weekend as well.